Shall we go then into the mystery?
I don't want to go in the mystery machine.
Welcome, everyone, to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast, where we're covering my shorts, Crimson Shorts.
Yeah.
We'll be talking about The Boy and His Atom, the world's smallest movie, The Red Balloon from 1957, and DC Showcase Death. And we have...
Hello, I am a geeky writer.
I'm Chris Marin.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
No, I'm Sprinks. And Sinister, what are you trying to say?
I was trying to say you should have done the old carnival barker for the world's smallest movie, short film or whatever, like the world's smallest film.
Yeah, you're right. That's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Welcome to the greatest show, or the smallest film.
Welcome to the
greatest show, man. We got social Sprinks.
Oh, yeah, we sure do. Wherever you're listening from, thank you for listening wherever you're listening from. That's reiteration. If you'd like to follow us for updates, we have a TikTok and Instagram at Cheap Seat Critics. You can also look us up on Facebook. We have a page there. We're also on a LetterBox. We have YouTube and Rumble for visual side of things, where we do a slideshow of whatever it is we're covering, and PNG tubers to follow suit. And we also have a Twitter as well, except the handle for that one is a little dicey, as you may know if you've listened to episodes beforehand, because it ends with a CRITIX. I think that's everything.
Wonderful. Sounds about right to me. And we're covering The Boy and His Atom, the world's smallest movie. I have to add that because they put that in the title.
Which is true in the title.
Yeah, so we'll be starting with that one. Starting with our histories. And since I have the most extensive, I'll go later. So we'll start with writer.
All right. This is actually a movie I've heard about before, and this is due to because I had a long stint in college studying, the sciences, and I still do that on occasion. So, I was very familiar with this movie in concept. If I have seen it before, I don't remember, but I wouldn't be surprised because this is the kind of thing that a lot of my professors would have geeked out over. But yeah, so it's been on my peripheral vision, much like a few other films in this list. So, all right, yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Mm-hmm. Sprinks?
This is such a small movie, went under my radar, knew nothing about it until now. Well, until Crimson brought it up for his shorts, that is.
So small it didn't even cause a blip on the radar. Sinister?
I no idea about this at all. I think I might have heard mention of it or something similar to it, of just people making like really small animations with things. I don't think it was this specifically, but it might have been referenced to. But this is the first time I've ever seen it.
Awesome. And for me, I don't remember how I saw this. I'm just going to assume it got recommended to me on YouTube because I certainly didn't look it up. Because I watch sciencey stuff here and there, so it's potentially how it showed up. Like, I don't remember. But I do know I've seen this maybe 6 times. It's so short. I might have even seen it more than that. I've seen it 4 times for the pod. It's probably more than that. It's probably like 10. I've probably seen it 10 times. All right. Did everyone see it once, or did they watch it multiple times for this? By the way,
I watched it twice.
I think I've seen it technically 2.5 times.
I've seen it twice, probably.
All right, just curious.
Yeah.
And we'll go into facts, what I could find on this huge film. There's about 5-minute mini documentary, I guess, on the behind the scenes of how they make it. A lot of it isn't too informative. It's like, we were so excited when we were planning this, but I do recommend watching that at some point if you have not. It's quite good. Stu, what do we have here? The atoms being moved were carbon monoxide molecules. So or were part of a carbon monoxide molecule. So there you go. Now you know what type of atoms were getting moved around. Very exciting stuff. They used 2 scanning tunnel telescopes, or tunneling telescopes, which I then watched a video on what that even is. So for people that don't know what it is, the best way I could break it down into layman's terms, instead of covering like a half-hour video on how that works, it's kind of like reading Braille. So the picture, it's like a needle with an electric tip, and it pretty much scans over the atoms and scans them. So it's not like a traditional photo. It's a scan, essentially. So you run your finger around Braille, you can feel the bumps, you know where they are. Pretty much the same thing with the telescopes. They had to freeze the atoms at negative 436 degrees so they don't move, because atoms move a lot. They like to shake about.
Yep, that makes a lot more sense.
Like to jump and shout and work it all out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the
Nice.
one of the basic things that they teach you whenever you learn about atoms is that they move a lot, especially gaseous substances. Like, they do not stay still at all. So one of my guests that I guess is now confirmed, because I haven't seen the behind the scenes, was waiting until after we did the podcast for that, because I didn't want to incidentally affect my rating. I assumed that they did like use cold pretty much to really, really slow down the atoms, because that's pretty much the best way. That's pretty much the only way you're going to capture them as well as they did.
Yep. Let's see what else. They made a size comparison. Like, if an atom was a size of an orange, then I got that wrong already. Scratch that. Cut that out. No, we'll keep my embarrassment in. Yeah. So if atom was an orange, and to us to the orange, then the orange would be the size of Earth to us. So that's kind of a big thing right there. To get the scale, because
relativity.
they say in the beginning of the short that it's 100 million times zoomed in, which is kind of crazy to comprehend.
Interesting.
I like that they used like they used what is it, presentation font for the whole intro. You know what I mean? But
yes, the standard font, pretty much.
the standard, like okay, just go back. I'm forgetting what is. You know what I'm talking about, though. Like
Yes.
what everybody used for, like, projectors or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, they're scientists, not filmmakers.
No.
True.
Hey, but that's not true. Look they made a.
That's
film.
true. Yeah, no, they haven't been filmmakers up until this point.
They moved 5,000 atoms for this short.
God.
And the last thing was the whole reason they do this type of project, moving atoms, is for making storage, for data storage. So they were trying to figure out what's the bare minimum amount of atoms required to store data, and they found out the answer was 12. So
12 atoms.
12 atoms is the least amount of atoms required to store data as of 2013.
So it's probably, maybe it's one.
I'm sure they've made advancements in some way towards that.
Hmm.
And that would be it for the facts. There is no budget or box office because it was not theatrically released.
This would be like millions of taxpayer dollars on this, I'm sure.
Or government
if they bought the equipment for it, sure.
Well, that's basically what it is, though. Taxes go into government. Somehow or another, taxpayer money was used on this. So blame your liberal arts colleges, everybody.
Liberal science colleges.
Your liberal science art colleges.
And we are just going with, I guess, popcorn. I'm sure we have a lot to talk about on this one. So, who would want to start with this gem?
I'll
Nobody?
start.
All right, we're going with Springs because he's got a page.
Oh boy. I have some notes.
Give us the thickness, buddy.
We can all ignore the fact that I actually volunteered, but that's fine.
Oh, you can go next.
Yeah.
A detail I noticed is the title isn't made of atoms.
That
It's
is
an
correct.
edited add-in layer.
Lazy scientists.
That's true. Yeah.
We'd have to move so many atoms for that. That is true.
Were they on a time limit?
It costs money to do this.
It's
Like
like,
a-
have
it
real-
costs money to film, you know.
They have real scientific discoveries to make. This is just for fun. So
This is to get like research.
I would imagine
or,
they run
like,
some sort of
public
clock.
interest.
A fun
If they
clock.
can do the big think at the end, I think they could do a title.
That was their big message. This was to get people into science.
There's also only one word, so imagine if they had to do like a boy and his atom.
3
It's
times.
so much. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe we shouldn't have these scientists in our midst. If they're not going to go all the way, what's the
They're too
point?
powerful.
Yes. Yeah,
Remove
that's
atoms.
that's what I said. That's what I meant. Yeah. Just get rid of the scientists.
You
Split
don't, have
one
to
of
be
those
so,
atoms.
you don't have to be so uptight. Come on, man. You do this all the time.
You missed a reference. You're supposed to say obtuse.
Obtuse.
What, am I cute or something?
Sinister wasn't there for that one though.
You think I'm being
We
cute?
covered that.
Huh?
Oh, that's true. That's true. Check out Shawshank, everybody.
Yeah.
First question I have really is what's the original thing the atom leaves to go see the boy?
I'm glad you asked that. That is the 12 atom storage structure they create for data storage.
Isn't that also
Why
what
I brought
he's
up
like?
that specific fact.
Yeah, isn't that also what he steps on or tries to step on later? The boy.
Well, that was the trampoline he was
Yeah.
on. I didn't count how many that was. That might have been the same thing. Was that 12 atoms?
I think it was more.
It might have been.
Probably.
Yeah, I got it up. Yeah, it was more than 12. But yeah, the starting thing was the data storage of what they were trying to work out.
Are you telling me that I was incidentally learning while being entertained?
I know. Think about it.
Oh, is this a PBS show?
It could be.
Yes.
I wish
It's
all
like,
PBS shows
we
were
actually
this
watched
small.
Cyber Chase. We're just making this up. We didn't watch
No.
this movie at all.
Watching
Where's the motherboard?
Where's the freaking peacock guy or whatever, the toucan guy?
Bird?
I don't remember his name. The Gadget or something, probably.
Right.
There's Christopher Lloyd's hacker.
Yeah.
it is Christopher Lloyd.
I think I might have found an inconsistency within the very, very
Ooh.
short story that they told.
Oh my God.
We know that atoms can't be created or destroyed, but they're shown to be sort of multiplying in this
Oh,
film.
into the trampoline?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's true.
Yeah, so like I said, it's
But
the
we
only
also know
it's
there's
the
no
only
living boys.
yeah, yeah. So like I was saying this is within the small story of the film. I think it's the only inconsistency that I could spot. I'm assuming the atoms are functioning normally. This is assuming they obey the laws of physics of our world.
Right, I
Uh,
saw the same thing, but there's one caveat to that I slightly could be possibility. Because we see the boy change from side profile to front, and I didn't count the atoms of the differences, but we see that he kind of works in a 3D space. I saw the possibility that the atom we only see from one angle, so when it turns into trampoline, it actually turned.
What's a horizontal stick?
Like I said, it's possible. Like I said, I wrote this down as a possible inconsistency flaw.
Well, it's kind of
Well,
like
the fact
if you
that
ever
they do
watched
call
the,
it an atom, I would think it would adhere to what atoms do. So there might be an actual thing.
yeah,
I
but it's like that,
suppose.
like what is it? That Pez short where he makes like the avocado or whatever, and he cuts up the avocado into like little houses. So it's like, well, if you actually cut up an avocado, it wouldn't turn into a bunch of little houses.
Yeah, man.
No, yeah, but this is
I don't know why that wasn't in my shorts. I did drafting Pez stuff.
Yeah.
Also,
But,
okay, the trampoline was 2 atoms tall, so it wouldn't be the side profile thing.
2 atoms
That-
tall.
That was a good workaround, though.
How many atoms tall am I, roughly?
A lot. I don't
Okay.
know.
Oh, thank you.
If I
Well,
counted
on
one
one of
by
the-
one, I'd probably die before I got
Well,
to the
one
end.
of the facts I found was that there's on a period on a computer screen, there's 5 million atoms in that period. So I guess you can try to calculate from that.
Okay, so I'm probably about 1 billion periods tall, if that, probably more.
Yeah, certainly more. But I did not look up how many atoms tall an average person is. Darn it! How could I have not predicted such tangents?
Such a stupid question. Yeah, I don't know.
Look, we covered the math for Billy's balloon. I thought you'd be prepared.
That's true.
Yeah.
I should have calculated every atom in the universe. I didn't do that.
I'm sure it would have been more palatable than that was, but whatever. No, we got this. But it's IBM. They do research, and they didn't put any numbers in here. Come on.
It's true.
I believe it's 10 to the
It's
27th
100 million times.
of atoms per person.
Okay.
Average.
All right, so
just-
incomprehensible, pretty much.
Yeah.
Can I just say that I
if we're
personally
putting- all right,
hate
let
power?
me put it in more layman's terms. A billion atoms. 3.
Yep.
A billion billions atoms. Can I just say I hate the term "to the power"? I hate that in math. It just annoys me for some reason. To the power.
You want to I'll name it as exponent next time.
No, you can say it. It's simpler. It's just that for whatever reason it just annoys me. I don't know why.
Oh, well, I mean, we saw a bunch of people dressed in white cloaks in "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" shouting white power, so I get it.
No, I don't think that's why.
The ghosts.
The ghosts in the sheets.
Something I did catch while watching it for the pod, I'd never noticed it before, was in the beginning where it's telling you everything about how they made it and moving atoms and all that stuff. And they do these like slide transitions. I thought they were all different images. No, they're all the same picture. They just flip them upside down, reverse them, and shrink and grow the images.
Oh, classic lazy scientist. I'll add it again.
So there was 6 images that looked different but were the same image.
It's like the
Reused material?
it's like The Office.
Oh.
Can you tell these 2 images apart? They're the same image.
That's not an inherent flaw. It's
It's not an inherent flaw.
But it's a trick that
It's
I caught,
funny.
which I like.
They saved few thousand grand.
Because it wasn't obvious. As I said, I saw this like 10 times and
You
I
just
caught
now
it on the
realized.
last one.
Well, there's not a lot
Uh,
of detail in those images to stand
I
out
would-
differently.
I would also like to say this is probably the most annoying short to have to watch back to while we're doing this, as we do, because it ends so abruptly. So I've had to restart it like probably 15 times already.
Oh, just put it on loop.
I can't. I'm watching it on the console.
Oh, rip.
How's everyone like the sound design in this?
You mean the
Put it at
boops,
Point
the
25
beeps, the bloops,
speed.
and the
Creeps.
creeps? Thank you.
Sweeps,
Yeah.
Sweeps, and the creeps.
It's pretty simple. I still think it gets the point across. Like it's supposed to be a kind of bouncy, kind of fun atmosphere, and I think the sound effects really add to that.
Reminds me of a boy and his blob.
Is that real or
No,
you
no,
make that up?
That's real. It's not at all similar, other than the fact that it's a boy and he has a thing, I guess.
In an item. Okay. It was a little weird that the atom is the source of the music, but then the music continues without the movements of the ball, and then it makes a new sound, which continues on to the adding to the music.
That's
like
one
the
of the
sound
questions
effects,
I have.
though. Okay, ask your question.
All right.
Is the
praise it.
noise or music sound they emit from themselves, or is it something they can hear and they're reacting to?
I think you just stumped him. I don't think he can answer this question.
I don't think there's an answer to this question. I think it's what we want out of it. I Personally, I think there's no music to them. It's just the video added over it. It's not in universe, I guess is what I'm saying. That's how I read it, but I don't know what you guys think on it.
The miniverse.
Yeah,
Actually, this is microscopic, so it's the microverse.
Quantum realm.
the quantum.
It is not quantum. It's not that far, but it's close.
I guess my guess would be to interpret that it's, they are not perceiving the song, so that's like especially for the audience. Though I think I was more on the side of it being in universe until the atom changed, like the sound that it made.
I just like the sound design. It's really fun.
It is fun.
It's very simple and fun. Yeah.
I would like it if atoms actually sounded like that. Nice. I kind of, you know what though? It almost made me, I wish they kind of sounded like pachinko balls.
That kind of reminds me. I think atoms do emit a sound that they tried to, not for this, but there was a sound that we recorded and like boosted 1,000 billion times so that we could perceive it. I don't remember where that was though. Something to think about.
I will say, for the behind the scenes on this, there is atom audio. Specifically, when they move the atoms, they make a sound, and it's kind of a creepy sound.
I was like, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be creepy.
Yeah, I don't imagine it
off
would
of
be.
that. That's not the noise they used for the noise in this.
No, that would definitely change the tone.
Okay.
From fun, bouncy fun to
horror.
Like, what's around the corner about to grab me?
I want to listen to it, but
I
want to listen to it, but it'll probably freak me out.
I've heard them before. It is a very unsettling sound because obviously we're not meant to perceive it as how we evolved as a species. Like, we're clearly not meant to perceive it. So it's cool that we can via the technology we have now, but it's definitely uncomfortable.
Reminds me of that thing where they have like they recreated with AI like what early humans or whatever their vocal cords were, and the sound they make is really like coarse and it's very creepy.
I haven't heard that.
You should look.
That'll be interesting. I'll look that up later.
Yeah, look that up.
Because the noise being emitted is not to match within the film, I'm going to lean that the music is coming from outside. That either they're hearing or reacting to.
Safe bet.
Okay.
I don't know if atoms have music. I wish they did.
Well, we don't know. Maybe they do.
Well, Adam
isn't everything music?
Has a theme song.
Are they like sentient beyond just like they move around and stuff? Is there like any
sign for that? Not that we can tell.
Yeah, because they have that thing where they can like hook up.
There are
like radio waves or whatever.
It's more like chemical reactions.
Adam has very specific behaviors, chemical behaviors that we can trace. I don't know if we'd call them. So we as a species tend to personify things, like we talk to apples or our computers.
Why'd you go?
Stuff like
why'd you go straight to Apple?
Well, we talk to apples or we talk straight to computers. So it's like we tend to personify things.
Yeah.
From our perspective, so we do call what atoms naturally do. Like we call them behaviors. We call them, specific moods and stuff like that. So we do call it that, but I don't think there's any evidence as of now to prove that there's like they have their, I guess, own stickling personalities or something to that effect.
So there's not going to be a Pixar movie about atoms anytime soon, is what you're saying.
I don't know about that.
It depends on how desperate they get.
They're on their way to atoms, I suppose. They got elements.
They have to do the clothes. They have to do Pixar's clothes first, and then they'll do atoms. I don't have anything else really.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I got plenty.
All right, go for it.
So the boy is made up of atoms. It looks like in this film. However, it's not like to size, unless this is a very just small boy. So the atom and the boy are made up of the same material. Is the atom flesh, or is the boy made up of something that's not depicted as like human? Like, is it not an actual boy?
Well,
Can I
everything's
just-
made
oh.
out of atoms.
Can I just say I did not expect this, but I also kind of expected this. It's very
Where's
interesting.
his character development?
I want to see this. I want to see where this goes.
I'm curious. What is the boy made out of? Because
Well-
he matches the same stuff as the atom.
I
would
mean,
just I'd say atom, whatever the atom's made out of, which I said was carbon monoxide. So
one of the ways I
So
perceive
he's
that would
uh,
be-
It's
this
just
is,
a
this
gas.
is- well, no, this is like a sex ed for atoms. So a boy and his atom.
well, that's a different
Oh,
tone.
he has ownership on it.
Yeah, it's his atom. He's learning about himself.
Ryder, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I guess my perception of this was like I viewed it as like a null person playing with their ball, and it was just happened to be shrunk down to atom size.
Thank you for saying ball.
Yeah, I mean it was the easiest, I guess equivalent.
Funny enough, I mean, I play with a ball every single podcast. If you watch us over on YouTube and Rumble, you'll see my PNG tuber.
That's true. Yeah.
BNG.
But
Such finger strength. You do it so often.
it comes from all the video games. But it's true in the sense of like I guess I didn't really take it as literally as you did. Sprinks has a potential, but I would guess that they're just atoms collectively learning about themselves, because that's kind of what we are in a sense.
Okay. Because I also saw the boy being of atoms could be a similar thing of like a hive mind esque like build, like Thousand Ants from Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
And that's
Something
just
like
evil.
That's true. I mean, that's how elements are formed and stuff like that. It's a collection of atoms that make up that element, pretty much.
They're picking on one of their kind, if that's the case. I don't know, I see it like a claymation where the characters in a claymation
Yeah.
most of the time
Yeah.
is just a representation of real life, just used clay is used to convey it.
Like I
So,
love
like-
claymations where they play with claymation or whatever in it. It's very funny. It's very silly.
That's a good example. Yeah.
Wallace and Gromit. I don't
Wallace
think
and
they're in a
Gromit.
clay world. It's just that was the medium they used.
Okay. Another thing I have, because we can't physically see it, is there because the feet are positioned without movement when the boy dances around, is there a floor?
Do you have a floor?
I mean, I
Well-
do. I'm just
Both on a flat plane
Yeah.
right now. So
It's like
we're not technically. He's not even standing technically. He's laying on the floor. If you want to think of it that way.
like
If we're talking about how
whose
this is made,
like whose line is it? What is it? Where you're laying on the floor in like a space kind of thing?
yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Think of it like the Flatbush.
Okay. Because I didn't know if it was like similar to like gravity of like movement of like being on the ocean floor, the surface of the moon.
It could be. I don't know the space in between atoms, how floaty that is.
And then during the jump, the trampoline, the boy is coming down onto the trampoline. But so I saw that as gravity. But if you're saying this is on a flat ground, then that doesn't necessarily matter. However, I think one of the last questions I have here, clouds are depicted at the end.
Yep.
So is this supposed to be Earth?
Other planets have clouds.
I'm glad you bring that up because I did research on that.
Okay.
I have a
Alright.
quote here. Clouds are not exclusive to Earth. According to the University of California, Santa Barbara, all planets except Mercury have clouds, and some of these clouds do contain traces of water. That is from Stephanie Waldek, published October 12th, 2023 from space.com.
Yeah.
So this could be any planet except Mercury.
Mhm.
Well, any planets like Mercury. If we're referring to just our solar system, then yeah, it would be every planet except Mercury.
Yeah, it turns out there's more than just our solar system. I think. It's
The
pretty.
universe is
That's
big.
true,
crazy.
but I
It
don't
is
think
really big.
Space.com gave me that research.
That's true.
No, it doesn't sound like it.
I could have looked into that.
This is smaller than a planet, though. This goes beyond that.
Yeah. Like I said, I think the claymation example is probably the best, I guess, way to perceive what this is conveying.
The only, I guess, issue with that theory is if this was just depicting a real boy through atoms, it is called a boy with his atoms, so that would have to be a really big atom if it was depicting reality.
I told you that. I made that point.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's true.
If the boy's to scale.
If he's to scale.
Well, yeah, if this was just a medium to depict reality, then yeah.
It's giving you a familiar thing and then giving you an unfamiliar thing. That's the whole reason.
The whimsy.
So it wouldn't be a boy made out of atoms and his atom. So it's like I know what a boy is. I don't think I know exactly what an atom is.
He's a robot.
It's a robot.
Real Steel reference for all you Real Steel fans.
Lots of them.
Are there?
I mean, I'm one.
Not enough.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Left hook, right hook, chowder boxing.
Uppercut.
If I'm thinking, I just want to know if I'm thinking about the right movie. Real Steel is the one where he's training a robot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, boxing.
Okay.
Hugh Jackman.
He's not training a robot. He is the robot.
And kind of play on words. The robot's name is Adam.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
That
it
was
goes
a play
against
on
Zeus.
words, audience.
Yeah.
Last thing I have is think is like the finale thing, and the I and think is lowercase, which is just for the period top of the atom. But I like that's pretty much what I did. This whole thing was thinking. So message received. Good job.
Yeah, it's it's the usual scientist community thing of like just reminding people to never stop being curious and thinking, because that's what what pushes society forward.
It's what good old Carl Sagan always wanted when he created his show, making it interesting for fledgling scientists.
That's true.
In the behind the scenes video or documentary, however you want to define it, one of the scientists were like, if I could convince somebody to get a career in science instead of a career in law, then I feel like I've done something right.
You know what?
Good.
Fair.
Good quote.
Very fair.
That was a
Yeah.
paraphrasing. I did not get that right, but that was the gist. I guess my last stuff for this is a couple compliments. The explosion that turns into the IBM logo, I think that was well done. With as few frames as they utilized for that, I thought that looked pretty nice.
Mhm.
And the boy's hair actually moving. Unnecessary detail, but they did it.
Yeah, I
Good on
did.
them.
I did enjoy that, and I also like the profile stuff they managed to do. So he wasn't always front facing.
I think they knew we'd skewer them on that, so they had to make sure we they got that little detail in.
I don't think they ever imagined they'd be on a critic podcast.
Maybe.
Hey, even science deserves a critical analysis every once in a while.
I'm gonna argue constant.
Yeah, it is under constant purview, but
But probably not movie entertainment.
not
critical
in
analysis.
the like critical analysis of your story / film that you made.
Yeah. So your narrative here, it doesn't really make sense. So you found hydrogen and then you made a bomb? How did that happen?
Oppenheimer, is that you?
I don't believe it. I guess if that's everything people's got, we'll just go into the summary rating section. Starting with Sinister.
All right. For as short and sweet as this is, I liked it. Not really a lot to Not really a lot. I mean, not really much to critique because it's mostly educational. So its intent and its purpose have been achieved because I learned about atoms and I learned about a boy and I learned about his atom. Um, I like it. Uh, I don't really think there were any knocks I could really give this because honestly it's pretty done. It's pretty amazing that they were able to do it in general. The ingenuity that it took to make this is pretty. You want to talk about difficulty filming something? This is probably about as difficult as you're ever going to get. Microscopic. Uh, yeah, I think my only thing that I would probably knock it for would be that it is really really short. It's understandable why it's really short, but it is. I feel like a little bit more would have been there. It's kind of, but like I said, knowing kind of how a little bit from what Crimson said about how they kind of did it, it's understandable why it's only about it's less than like a minute long. So I think I feel pretty okay giving this a 9.
All right. Springs.
Okay, I'll start with objective. I think it's creatively put together. It certainly is nice that like scientists were doing it and they're not necessarily filmmakers, but they did have concept of space and tracking and like movement camera. Nothing really too fancy with the camera. It is kind of crazy. The kid, I don't know if the kid's wearing clothes, so it can't really go into the clothing wardrobe on that. It's not. It's stop motion, which is a term into animation. There is music. Music's fine, fitting. It gets the point across. Let's think. It brings up like questions of what to do.
You want to be a scientist now is the question.
No.
Well, I failed. Sorry.
No. It's just part of me. This triggered like thought on American movie a little, but so it's kind of like in a grayish area for me. So, but what its messages of the like think kind of thing did hit me, and it did get me to do research. So I'm comfortable at putting it at a 6 for objective. It was tough for me. I'll say that for my subjective, pretty easy. I think it's fine. It's not something I'd really like go out of my way to do again. Kind of. I mean, it's really short. If you just want to touch on that, like I think it's too short. Could have been longer. But it's fine. So I also give my subjective a 6.
Okie dokie. I'll go next. I'll go with my objective. I went in not really finding any flaws because it's so darn short, but I do like Ryder pointing out the atom actually increasing or multiplying, which within the context of this, it is treated as an atom, so it should be like an atom.
Yeah, a matter is
So
neither created or destroyed.
So I do think that can be a nick. So instead of having it be a perfect score, I am dropping it from perfect score to 9.5. Another one of those freaking ridiculous. And subjectively, I agree. Could have been longer. I think I would have enjoyed it longer, but it's fine the way it is. I've seen it a lot, but that's just because it's short and it doesn't really take away much time. So I'm giving it a 6. That's fine. I don't get much out of it. Writer.
All right. Let's see how best to tackle this. I'll do my subjective first, actually. I usually always do my subjective first, but I'll do it again like I normally do. This is a really really cool concept for me. I've been going through a lot of scientific stuff lately, so this kind of just it was a weird little odd piece, I guess, on my all the recent science stuff that I've been reading, um, and as a result, I also have the subjective love for this sort of thing, so I find this really really cool. Um, but it's also not a movie that I would go out of my way to watch again. I'd be more interested in the behind the scenes stuff, just because that's usually what interests me. Um, but it is something I would recommend to people, just not, uh, I guess not regularly, like just other people who I also think would find this very cool and stuff like that. So subjective, about a 7. Objective. There's not really much story from here for me to critique, and I pretty much uh, labeled my one issue. It kind of came down to I called it a world building slash in universe atom power scaling issue because I didn't really know what else to label it. That it could multiply, and if it's an atom, it can't really do that. Um, and again, that's pretty much the major issue that I could find with it because otherwise, it's pretty simple. The boy plays with his atom, and the atom flies off when he's done. Um, and then again, we don't really spend enough time here in within the context of the story they're trying to tell to find other inconsistencies, be it like the atom, whether gravity to what extent does it work? Because we know that there is some semblance of it within here, but we also don't know how much it applies to all the other items that are in that universe. Um, and we have the whole clouds concept thing that Springs brought up, and like I said, we don't really know anything else beyond what we're shown because it's a very very short film, so it doesn't really lend itself to having tons of flaws in that way. So I think objectively, at least in terms of story, there's really not much wrong with it. It got its main point across, which was, uh, I guess, to inspire future scientists, which is make them think with something that is really cool. Which I would guess that would be the objective that it set out to do. Um, so I'm also at a 9.5 objectively.
All right, we got numbers all over the board. Lovely.
Nothing too low.
So that's the point. Is that the world's smallest movie? On to the next short, which is The Red Balloon from 1957. So old. And France, if I guess you want to say where it's from. We'll go with
La Ballon Rouge.
Yeah, Le Ballon Rouge. La Ballon Rouge. We'll go with history. You're standing for me going first on that one, so we'll go with Frank's.
Sweet. My history on the Red Balloon is I've heard of it before, and I've never seen it. Crimson has tried to get me to watch it on personal time. However, other things have been more voted, I guess, to take its place. So I think that's about it.
Yeah, I got brute forced out of watching it with him. Terrible. Writer.
Well, my history with most of my history with this is that I've heard of it before, and that's going to be a common thread for most of Crimson's things. I've even seen, I think, I want to say the first 5 minutes of this before, maybe 10. I also definitely didn't see it through to its end, and if I did see it through to its end, I don't remember seeing it through to its end. But there's a lot of imagery that I recognize from it, and my guess that's my simple history is just because I don't really remember how it came across, or how it came across to me or was ever pitched to me. I just know that I don't know if it was in a class. I don't know if it was just a YouTube recommendation, but I know that it at some point was recommended to me, and I ended up watching maybe about 5-10 minutes of it because it was, I guess it was very famous, and that's pretty much how I ended up discovering it. Won a lot of awards.
All right. Sinister.
This was propositioned as a Crimson Short. I remembered that I'd seen this in film class years ago, and then upon watching it, I found out that we'd only watched like 10 minutes of it. I'd never seen the whole thing, so kind of a newish thing for me. But I'm in the same sort of thing with Springs, where I've seen bits of it here and there, and I kind of know that it's a big short. So yeah, that's all my history.
All right, we'll go with me. This is a childhood short for me. I have a physical copy of this short. But even though I have a physical copy, does not mean I watched it a lot. I've seen this maybe 4 or 5 times, counting what I've done for the podcast. I've seen it twice for the podcast, 3 times, I guess, outside that. Well, 2 to 3. And that's pretty much exciting. I didn't watch it in school, as far as I can recall. Well, there's that. We'll go into facts, which there are a few. Okay. I did find box office, but no budget for this film. Its original release box office was $48,980. So, not a lot. I even for 50s, that's not a lot. But I did not check for inflation, I guess, in France, so that might be good. I don't know. But then it got re-released in 2007, so its current total box office is $230,807.
It was released again in theaters?
Yeah, in 2007.
Interesting. All right.
Limited release, obviously, because 200,000.
Most Oscar winners are.
Like a Fathom Events thing, probably, or something.
Yes, and something I think is the most random thing ever is the director of this, Albert. I'm not going to be able to get the last name right. Lamourzier.
Lamourzier?
Albert
Lamourzier.
He is the creator of the board game Risk.
I love that game. I owe this director a lot of thank you.
So random.
We owe you a lot of thank you.
Yeah, I think it was 1 or 2 years after this film came out.
God, that's
this is not his
of
first
my
film
life
he's
gone
done.
away. I owe this man a lot of thanks. So that's hours of my time that's just gone into board games because I have a lot of memories of that game and all the variations of it.
Hours of time wasted for me because I suck at that game. So I always lose that one.
I mean, that tracks. You hated Halo Wars, and you hate the fact that I still need to get you through it.
I always overextend my armies. I don't build them up enough.
I prefer Life. It's my board game of choice.
It's too random. I get shot in the leg too much. The boy in this, Pascal, that is his real name, because that is Albert de Lamourzier's son.
Nepotism at work. All right.
Yeah. That was Pascal's
another
first
word.
role in a film.
And it was also his last. He never acted ever again. Because this was just so traumatizing.
I did not look into that.
You should have.
And finally, we'll end with this film had one of the largest non-theatrical runs in the history of American cinema. Thousands of 16mm prints were distributed to schools across the country. There you go.
It's interesting because this doesn't really have much of an academic leaning.
I guess. I mean, I'm not. I guess I can't say I'm surprised because I mean, one of the things I think it does fairly well, without there, it feels like we're imprinting a lot of the story. I think that we're meant to as an audience, for better or for worse. We'll get to that. So I think it could be used a lot academically to teach specific things about filmmaking.
I was meaning more. It didn't have academic leanings because he leaves school with the balloon to
Oh,
get with the balloon. Yeah, it definitely has academic promise, but just not like the story doesn't really lend itself, I guess, to an
oh
academia
yeah, I see what you're.
setting.
I'm picking up what you're putting
Yeah,
down. You mean that like it would
yeah,
just inspire kids to love recess more?
yeah, exactly.
Forget school. Play with balloons. Message
This
of
is
the
the
movie.
most. This is the most joy I think I've ever seen anybody hold for a balloon in my entire life. I don't think I've ever seen anybody love a balloon more.
But Billy,
He did not love his
he,
balloon.
he loved it before it
That
tried to kill him.
balloon loved him.
I will say I was a little disappointed. I was waiting for this one to pick him up and drop him somewhere. So that's a point off right there. Didn't
No,
happen.
see, I have a theory for this film. Actually, Crimson,
You have a
are you done with
film, a film theory?
are we done with facts, Crimson?
That was last of my facts.
All right, then yeah. One of the funny
We
things.
are going into acts.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I just had to
we're
get a
going to be
rhyme
doing
in
an
there.
act structure, but right, if you got something you really want to get off your chest
Yeah.
early,
Yeah,
let's go
well,
for it.
not really related to act structure, but in my head, for fun, I've had canon. This is a prequel to Don Hertzfeldt's Billy's Balloon, because you
It
see
is.
the death of the balloon in this. You know, will
Started the rebellion.
it started the it started the revolution. It was the first death.
I mean, we don't know where Billy's balloon took place.
Exactly.
You could have gone
On
up into
Earth.
space. Could have been dropped. So yes,
I
act
do-
structure. You're about to say something.
Yes, I do have one last piece of history I forgot. For most birthdays, there's this GIF I've seen of balloons descending. I learned that came from this.
Yeah, very balloon heavy in this actually. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
I think I've seen the same GIF you're referring to.
I wonder if this is what inspired the MythBusters episode.
Maybe.
Because there was one of my favorite MythBusters episodes. They tried to figure out how many balloons it would take to make somebody fly. And spoilers, it was not the amount shown in this film.
Yeah.
Well, were they doing for a little boy or an adult?
Wasn't it
That's
that
a
guy that
They did
like
both.
had the lawn chair?
I think.
Wasn't it the guy with the lawn chair like tied with balloons and then he died or something?
Yeah, he died.
Yeah. Really sad.
Yeah, that was
He like froze to death up in the atmosphere or something, and
Oh yeah,
terrible.
that story.
he didn't take that into account. Yeah,
Uh,
but he did get up there, so good on him for that. He achieved his dream.
I think he'd rather not have gotten up there and lived, but we never know. This definitely inspired Up, though, right?
I'm sure the people who watch that have seen this. I don't know how heavily inspired.
It's just because it's very balloon heavy.
All right, we'll do the act structure. We're doing 3. I'm not crazy enough to put 5 in this. No, I'm not bonkers here. So
You're not
the
bonkers?
first act will be from the start to the dog fighting the balloon on the stairs. Starting with Ryder.
All right. I think.
Packed popcorn, by the way, so you can hop
Popcorn.
around anywhere.
Well,
in
I'm gonna do the classic thing at the beginning. To endear us to the character, the first thing the little boy does is pet a cat on the road.
Is it a cat? I thought it was a dog.
It's a cliche thing, but it's always a standard. Like, okay, our character's a decent person. You know, they do it with Clint Eastwood when he's petting cats, and like with his Western films and stuff like that. Classic intro to a character.
Yeah. He's not all bad. He's got a heart of gold.
Makes you realize this kid, you know what? He's a kid, but doesn't mean he's terrible. Like all other kids in the world.
Like all the rotten kids in the world.
Oh, especially in this. Those were freaking rotten kids.
I don't think I've ever seen kids like that in my life. I mean,
Well, you
maybe in
went to France in
news
the 50s.
reports or whatever, but yeah, I don't know. I've never seen kids so adamant on destruction.
Sinister, you got a point?
I better not, because I popped the bubble.
You mean to pop the balloon?
The bubble balloon. Ah, damn it! I fucked it up. Shit. It would have been really good if I got that right on the first try. Damn it. All right. Well, anyways, I like how bright the balloon is. It's probably one of the brightest balloons I've ever seen.
It's very eye popping because
It's very
everything's so
eye-popping.
gray.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? That's probably what's helping it too. It's very, very austere, very post-war France in parts. A lot of kind of the imagery, at least in this section. I know it came out later, so my wording will probably be incorrect for this, but it kind of reminded me of like the early parts of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, kind of how kind of gray and dreary it kind of the London is. It's London though. This is France, but you kind of know what I mean.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Does that have
Especially
similar vibes? Pascal
Yeah.
did not find any money on the ground.
didn't find any money on the ground and didn't find a golden ticket.
Just found this lovely balloon that was just hanging around on a post.
Yeah, how did it get up there?
Well, we never know.
Because somebody had to tie it, so somebody had to get rid of the balloon.
They betrayed it.
He had to betray. Yeah, that's why he didn't trust him at first.
That's why it gained sentience. The betrayal was
spite.
so immense, the universe gave it life for
It
revenge.
gave it life. It gave it life just to feel bad.
That could be a story in of itself. Brinks, just so it's out there for this popcorn structure. Sometimes it's not clear. You can pop in on other people's points while they're discussing it as well.
Oh, commenting
Don't
that
feel
I'm
like you
remaining
don't
quiet.
have to say anything. Yeah.
I just don't want to step
but
on
with-
toes.
But we step on toes all the
Feel
time.
free.
So what does that make us?
We're like in a pitch black room. I can't see any body language of any sign of you guys about to go.
I know that's
I
why I
don't-
got
I don't wanna
one
pass
script,
by-
Sprinks. What are you doing?
Scenes. I don't want to pass by scenes where we all have our points, then you miss out on it because usually it doesn't get brought back. So if you have points, feel free to jump
Oh
in
no,
on
I can bring us back. We're popcorning
it.
in
It never
action.
happens. So I'm saying you can do it.
Okay.
But on that, you can bring up a point.
Okay. Well, with what then on Sinners was touching about the saturated colors of the world, especially for the start, how everything's grays with touches of browns, really makes the vibrance of the red balloon stand out more. And I didn't know if that actually played into editing of actually saturating the world, or if that was raw footage what we're actually seeing of London or not France. Sorry.
From what I looked into, I didn't find any sort of filtering, editing. It'd be, I don't know how they would really achieve that to isolate the red balloon in the 50s with that kind of filtering. So,
Well, I
gonna
believe
go
there's
with-
aspects with the balloon being like green screened-ish, correct? In aspects,
Well, it's not green. screen,
define what
it's,
that means.
like how they made it move in aspect, like with it was definitely like strained at parts, but being with the foreground and the balloon, or I guess background in the balloon, without any foreground interaction of the balloon going behind, I saw that as green screen technique for the
Nope.
balloon's movement. There was
All
no
the
use of green
all
screen?
the balloons movements were practical. Strings, which is the kind of the wonder of some of the shots that happen in this. It's pretty ridiculous how some of these things are achieved, but it is all
See,
practical. There's no
I knew it was
green
all
screen
practical.
or cutting out the balloon and pasting it onto film.
Yeah,
There's
Yeah,
none
that's
of
what I
that.
thought it was. I thought it was they did a double exposure where they took the balloon in one thing and then they did it a second one. They did a
It's, all
Passover.
practical.
Damn, that's impressive.
That's why people love
It's one of the
this movie so
accolades for this film. A lot of people appreciate it for that.
much. The balloon physics.
Yes. Even though it's kind of wonky at times, but
Yeah, you know,
still impressive nonetheless.
it's more impressive than a lot of the 3D stuff that's coming out now.
Yeah. On the note of the saturation, one of the things I don't think we really see proper colors until he reaches the school with the French flag.
That and when the kids exit, those are like the only times we see any real color.
Yeah, because I think like outside of the red balloon, the first time we were introduced to like over like actual color, because everything else is very very desaturated in grays, is the flag hanging above the school door and the school sign. I think
There was the yellow on the bus and the signs.
Yeah.
But I'm saying those were to a lesser degree as far as I can remember.
Crimson, did you look into what the French on top of the door says? Or
On Google, the Google Translate app has like take a photo and it will translate it for you.
yeah,
I did do that, so I do have an answer to that question. Communal boys' school is what it translated to.
I was pretty sure. I mean, I knew it was like a schoolhouse or whatever, but I was curious. I was like, communal? I don't know what that, like, what do they mean, a communal?
That is what the sign says.
So it must be like kind of like a poor kid's school or something, or like a disenfranchised youth.
Pascal wears the same clothes through
and he just puts a jacket on
this whole movie. So we see, what, 3 days maybe?
Yeah, 3 days. Yeah,
times. Yeah.
A couple times. Yeah, twice. Yeah.
I think it's 3 days.
So it's a third,
and then the church day.
So it's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. He goes to school on Saturday. What a horrible childhood.
Is that common in France?
I don't know. It's not. I don't even know if it's true. It could have been Wednesday, Thursday, and then they have Good Friday, so they go to church on Friday.
Yeah,
I don't know.
As far as I know, we don't know any of the days on this one. Not that it really matters if it was a Monday, Sunday,
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
Saturday,
Saturday, Sunday.
time being probably 3 days. Could be more, but pretty safe bet.
Time
3.
It's an illusion, anyways. So
I hear.
Flat line.
That's a point I'll bring up. I am very shocked at how generous these pedestrians are with this freaking kid.
Yeah.
Can I use your umbrella for my balloon? Please.
For the balloon.
He umbrella hops a lot.
That's weird.
I'm not at all that surprised. Then again, I think I'm the only one here who's actually been to France.
Well, yeah, you're the only one who says France.
Français, la Paris. France, la Paris.
I have a dirty American mouth. Sorry.
Yeah.
Dirty.
Yeah. It's not that odd to me, considering the citizenry towards like tourists is a bit. That's when you kind of gets a little more muddy on like how friendly people are. But this is also back in the day.
That's the same anywhere, yeah.
Yes, this is also definitely.
I didn't really see any tourists here.
Yeah, this is back in the day. Like I would presume the 70s ish, 60s.
57.
This came out in the 50s.
Oh, 50s. Okay, so yeah, no, I think that fits.
It is a very 70s look to it, though. I'll give you that.
I will say then that I think that adds even more. If this is in the 50s for Paris, it was a very very specific like time period, because this is everyone's in post-war recovery mode, and generally speaking, that's livens the mood for a citizenry for like a decade and a half usually. So I'm actually not at all put off by the fact that the citizens are just letting this kid do this, because the kid's not really causing them harm, you know?
It is interesting though, because there's this weird. I'm not gonna say I said weird, but not weird, but an interesting separation. Because on the one hand, like they're very against like certain adults or whatever, or against him having the balloon. Like the trolley guy doesn't want him to bring it on, and later on, like the principal or whatever, or the teacher. And then there's just kind of there's a weird, an interesting kind of separation of intrigue versus distaste, I guess, as the movie kind of progresses. But the other thing I want to touch on is I just noticed that the first guy who he hides the balloon under the umbrella of, he's got a club foot.
Oh, interesting.
Not
Okay.
not a club foot. But he's got a shorter leg than the other, so he's got a sole, a heightened sole on his foot.
Oh, yeah, I have
I,
it up
I
as
was
well.
watching it. I was like,
That's interesting. Yeah.
I thought he was wearing like two different shoes, and then I realized, oh no, he's got lifts because he's got uneven legs.
Cool.
He's probably a real person, not an actor.
One thing I was
Yeah, I don't know how many of the pedestrians in the background are actors or not.
yeah, one thing I was
That restaurant guy is definitely an actor.
one thing I was slightly confused on, I guess, was he sprinted to the school, right? Like straight after getting turned down the trolley off the trolley, pretty much.
Hmm.
Was this him walking home?
Yeah, I don't know.
This first
That's I was like, why is he just like going underneath umbrellas for forever?
Yeah, I couldn't tell if this was him walking home because then like I wasn't sure like how far he had to run for school.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him walking home, but I do agree that it's depicted in like two very different lengths.
Yeah.
Like the school
It's
doesn't
kinda
seem very far, but then the umbrella hopping kind of implies it's pretty far.
Yeah. I mean, like I'm fine if obviously they cut down all his sprinting to school, but I think I needed an extra couple shots of him running through specific spots in order to properly convey how far he was actually going to get to not be late at school, which he was because there was an old angry man that took note of him being late.
Yeah, I think it's the only kind of scene in this short I don't really care for because it is kind of, I feel, overly long and doesn't really do much except for one moment. I love I mean, I love it in my mind. I don't actually love it, but with all the policemen or whatever walking by, I really wanted one of them to just come over and just pop the balloon.
Just headbutt it with the pointy hats.
Yeah, it would have been really, really funny.
It's that same part of you, Sanderson, that would absolutely want to trip a kid who's running around with ice cream.
No, I'm not that mean.
But you pop their balloon.
No.
But you would laugh at other people too.
Yeah, I would 100%. I would never actually do it. I'm not that twisted. I'm twisted enough to laugh at it, not twisted enough to do it.
All right, sorry. I was mostly just finding your range there.
Yeah, no. I would. Let me just say this right now. I'll defend myself right now. I would never light up a cigar and smoke it and then like blow out somebody's balloon with the tip of it. Okay, I would never do that.
So specific.
I know. Almost like I want to do that.
Thou doth protest.
I do agree that the umbrella bit was a bit long. I think they could have done like 2 or 3 people instead of 5. 5 was a bit excessive.
Yeah. Like I forgot we were in Paris pretty early, like with the first shot. I legit thought this was here for people who didn't understand where this was. But I even then I also think you guys are right. It goes on a little too long, especially with the contrast of how little like time he spent going to school.
I mean, for how long this already is, that was way too long spending on that. That's how I feel about it. And I'm sick of pretending it's not there.
How do you feel about it, Sprinks?
I thought it was fine. It was the length of it. I thought was fine. The weird part was that it wasn't raining at all, and people have umbrellas out, but it's not everyone. It's like a few random selects, so it's like very fit for just him to find the one person with an umbrella close to cover the balloon to get home. And I don't know why it needs to be covered in the first place because he can run with it and it's totally fine.
Yeah,
I think it just shows for later on.
Overly protective with it.
Just shows that connection for him later.
It not raining. I don't know if we can tell if it is or not. The ground is soaking wet.
Yeah,
and they are using umbrellas, so I think it probably is raining.
It might not be pouring rain, but it might be coming on and off because it does that too. So like we just happen to catch him when it's not pouring rain, but he's rather be protective of the balloon. It's still odd. I will grant you that for sure.
The footage isn't crisp enough for me to see raindrops.
It's not
and-
4K.
Yeah, where's the 4K cameras? They're really slacking
Where-
in the 50s.
Where's the AI
Ridiculous.
restoration of this? It turns it all yellow.
Well, they do have a Criterion collection or edition of this.
Yeah, do you want that for your birthday?
No, I already have a physical copy of that.
Yeah, but it's not Criterion. No, I'm not bashing Criterion. Criterion, you do good work. Thank you.
Spring,
what did you think of the? Yeah, what did you think of the?
But that was not a
the-
point of yours, so you got a
Yeah.
point.
No, I want to take bump. What did you think about the? You said it was like fine in practice, which I think we kind of all agreed with that it was fine in practice. But do you think it went on longer than it should have?
The umbrellas?
Yeah, like do you think 5 umbrellas like for about probably like I think it's like 5 minutes, right? It's a 5 minute long
Don't
thing.
think- Umbrella hopping was 5 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah, maybe 3. 2 or 3. 2.5, 3.
5. Okay, but two and a half. We'll say 2.5 minutes. 2 minutes to a half.
I thought it was fine.
Okay.
In terms of length.
What about girth?
It's a pretty big balloon.
That's a harder question to judge.
You're right. It is a harder question.
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
said,
it's covering the balloon more than the kid. The kid's just standing outside of the umbrella.
yeah, like I said, it's more. Like I said,
Uh.
I think the intent behind the length of that is to just show off the streets of Paris.
Well, yeah.
In the sense, like, to give us our sense of setting.
Scene.
Yeah, a stronger sense
Yeah.
of setting. But
No, sorry. I was laughing there because I got like 3 dirty jokes off there, and it's been about 30 seconds. Pretty good.
rapid fire, baby.
Love it. Rapid fire. That's what you get from me. Rapid fire. Jackrabbit. All right.
Yes, Sprink's point.
When the kids are leaving the school, the most vibrant color we can see on them in a I mean, it's still grays and browns, but the number one color mostly seen is reds with scarves and hats, and I think a jacket. And I saw that as a connection to the balloon from another first vibrant color to another. It could be in terms of a connection to youth. I didn't know if any of you saw
I
any
believe
connection.
red
to that.
red is like is a color for loyalty.
Red's a color for a lot of things. Passion.
Yeah, just
Uh,
hate.
yeah.
Pretty much the whole spectrum.
Fear.
Oh,
It's been used for. It's been used.
you can
for,
attribute it to anything.
Yeah, I would guess it would, in the way it's depicted here. I'm more inclined to go with what you said, Sprinks. I'm more inclined to attribute it to youthfulness. The only thing that clashes against that concept is the introduction of the blue balloon later, with the girl. But obviously, I think
So
that
it's sexist color is what you're saying.
Well, technically, blue is a boy's color, and then red is a girl's color. So really, they actually reversed it, and it's actually the most progressive film on that I think I've ever seen.
yeah. So like my point with that is that I'm more inclined to believe that it symbolizes youth, and that would be the only standout scene that's I can't really quantify within that concept, unless that young lady's more mature than she's letting on. But I don't. Yeah.
I'd stretch it out more past youth and just say innocence as a concept. I think.
Yeah, I mean that's also a fair way to judge it as well, because I think that it definitely is representative of that likeness in some form in this film. I'm just not sure how much to apply it, if that makes sense, because it's pretty much.
Yeah, because you could. I mean, we could draw, quote unquote, color theory all we want in this, and we would probably. I'm sure it's kind of like you hitting a dartboard or whatever. You would hit. You'd eventually hit on something that is like the message of it. But I feel like most of like the messaging is like on the. What's a very striking color that would if you were in a gray setting would really stand out? Well, like red. A red would be the red balloon.
Yeah, I mean.
So it could have been any color of balloon, really.
Yeah. So, but like I said, I'm more inclined to believe it here because of how the efforts they went through for the desaturation of everything else.
I don't know if they see we don't know if they went through any effort of desaturation. I don't. That's the only thing that I'm kind of on the middle ground of is I feel like
I mean, the
it
kid's
is this
very
kind
much
of
intentionally dressed in grays, right?
well, yeah, that's true. I'm not gonna that he is dressed in grays, but the setting itself is not. I think dressed up in any way that's beyond because this is sort of for the era I would say fairly typical.
Yeah.
In this, yeah,
I agree.
I agree with both points.
Other than the browns and grays with the kids, I guess red would be next on the list. There are blues, and I think there's even like one kid with a green jacket in there or something.
This is a little yellow too, but it's mostly red in the red balloon.
Oh, I have a small note. The janitor was really nice to watch over the balloon for him. Though the balloon obviously didn't need watching over.
Well, not yet.
Don't let it go. Extremely generous. Do you think he held it the whole time, or you tied it down somewhere?
I mean, he probably did both. I think I would have tied it down somewhere, but I would still hold on to it for the kid. But that's speaking
Oh, you
from
wouldn't
my
just pop it in
experience.
front of his face?
Shockingly, no.
What a mean janitor.
That's a lot of school janitors.
No,
They don't like
it'd
their
be
jobs.
funnier. It'd be funnier if he held it the whole time, and then when he came back for it, he popped it right in front of him. So why even bother?
Teach a really
Very
cruel
different,
lesson.
joy there.
just really spiteful, I guess. Well, why'd you even do the effort? You could have just lied and said you did, and then popped it. Yeah, you had to know. You had to know that effort went into this act that I'm doing right now. His mom throws a balloon out, which is going to be a recurring theme.
His mom or
Whoever that woman is,
Grandmother, whatever, is guardian. We'll
Yeah.
just say guardian.
I mean, well, I can read into this later, but I have a theory about why he grew very attached to the balloon and stuff like that.
You have a. Is it
You're
a
going to be holding on to
game
that for
theory?
later?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to it a bit later because I think it was a very specific scene that put this thought in my brain, so I'm gonna hold on to it until then.
My brain.
So for Guardian will be what I will apply to the lady that threw the balloon out.
She looks really familiar. She's not who I'm thinking of that she is, but she looks really familiar to another.
So,
I'm
she
gonna
chucks
have
the
it.
balloon out. It sticks around, hangs around. It's just stalking the kid, really, peeking through the window.
Just a pervert, really. A pervert balloon.
And the kid goes outside, tries to nab it, and I guess it's the next day. I think he's going to school again. No,
Yes.
hard to tell from the notes there. And the balloon's playing around like I don't want to be grabbed.
I don't want to
Found
be
that amusing. Like the balloon doesn't want to be held down by the boy. It wants to
like
be
most
free.
men in my life.
They have a bit of a mischievous kind of playfulness between the two of them. Like, the boy plays tricks on him, the balloon plays tricks on the boy. We could view that as
tit for tat.
Yeah, we kind of view that. I kind of view them.
Tat for tat.
I kind of viewed that as them playing with each other more so than like, I guess it being cruel or.
Yeah.
I just said that's funny. I agree. It's just playful.
Okay.
This is playful. They're just they're just being boys, boys and balloons.
We're getting pretty close to the end of the act. I guess final calls for lists people have. Spranks, I'm sure you probably got a few more points on this one. So
a little bit. Those people on the sidewalk are blind or just rude to not step out of the way of a boy running at them with a bright red balloon. It happened twice. Like, get out of the damn way. He goes into the street.
Is it their responsibility or the kid's responsibility to go around them?
It's a sidewalk. If they're taking up the whole sidewalk and not letting someone pass, I see that on them.
I feel like this is a personal thing.
School hallways flashback.
Sidewalk is not a one-way thing.
Was there
Which
somebody
part are
else?
Unless
you
it is in France.
pointing at?
Unless this is an American thought process and it's different in France.
You're talking about his run to school?
Yes.
The second one, not the first one.
Yeah.
Second one, first one.
Generally, it's behooving to view if you're sprinting, that's your job to move to kind of move around people.
Because you're breaking the norm. Not
Yeah,
them.
everybody else is walking.
Let's,
So you're saying if he walked towards them, they would have stepped out of the way?
Probably.
Probably.
I don't know for sure,
They're
but
more likely to move around each other.
yeah, I'm looking at the scene again. He's running
I
up
guess
behind
you
a group of people so they don't see him. There's these two guys that he runs around. That seems to be it. So I don't really see an issue with it. This is also kind of the time, I guess this is kind of the time where it dies, but where it was a lot more prevalent for people just to walk on the road a lot. It was kind of earlier than this, where it was super prevalent with horse-drawn carriages and stuff, but
Yeah.
it was still kind of
It was
common
slowly
in
phased
this
out
time.
over the course of like half a century.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The automobiles.
Yeah. But also though, those two guys that he runs around, there's no way he was getting through them. So he went out of the way.
They were the width of the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Just two people. So
That's why
and
I
the
found
other
it rude.
people. Yeah, I have to disagree with you. I don't think it's rude.
you know what, that route's subjective, so I'm not going to argue on how you felt it was. So Any other
Oh,
points?
rude is subjective now. We're
Yeah.
adding fire
It
in the
is.
fire.
That's Crimson's thought on it. No problem with that.
I mean, I'll hold on to it, and I'll bring it up later at a later point. But for right now, it's fine. We'll pass.
All right, cool. Do you know what camera was used to film this?
That was a
Crimson.
Bowflex.
I do not know what camera was used.
It's probably 16 millimeter. If they had 16 millimeter prints,
That's what it was
probably,
distributed, was 16 millimeter. Yeah. But
It was probably 16 millimeter.
Okay, then I take it it was filmed in the 4:3 ratio, aspect ratio, rather than edited that way.
I'm talking about because there was black bars on the side.
Yeah, that gives the 4:3
Yeah.
aspect ratio.
Yeah, that's what.
Pretty safe bet.
Okay.
Pretty common for the time.
Yeah, if you blew this up anymore, it would have huge, like pebble-sized holes.
You could
in
see
it.
the rain.
You could. It would just be holes in the film. Yeah.
I'll say I saw the rain a lot more clearly in the next thing we cover than this.
Okay.
Fair enough.
We'll get to it.
That's what I
Was
have
there a point you were bringing with the camera, or you just were curious what it was?
I was just curious because of the black bars on the side.
Okay.
It wasn't widescreen, letterboxed, or any other techniques. So
LetterBox.
I don't know if that was perfectly done because in editing on in that aspect, or if it was chosen.
You know
for
what?
The camera lens, or the only thing they had available to them.
I would like it if somebody just went in and just cut the sides of movies off to make it the black
That was
bars
their
in there. that would make me smile.
I'm the frame trimmer.
I'm the frame trimmer.
I just do frame trimmings.
I take 35 millimeter film and make it 16. That's all I do.
I'm imagining like a really, really comic booky villain. I'm the frame trimmer.
Oh yeah, that's what he does.
Frame
That's
trimmer.
yeah, the frame trimmer. I'm the frame trimmer. I degrade all your film. I make it smaller scale. Okay, that's really pointless. Doesn't really do anything.
Yeah, Kite Man, Condiment King, and the frame trimmer.
I thought you were gonna say Condom Man for a second there, and I was really confused.
I'm happy my brain was the only one that went there at first until he completed the sentence.
Yeah,
Condominium, man.
Condominium Man. He shrinks condos.
Yeah, so Final Call to Springs. If you got more, if that's it, I'll move on to.
That's what I have in Act 1.
Anybody else got anything?
I'm good.
I'm fine.
All right, Act 2. From the dog to the end of the blue balloon part. So it's part of this act, not the next.
Okay, right before the three boys are about to
Yeah.
jump.
Jump.
The
Give
tension.
Jump 'em, boys.
They do say that.
From something, I just don't know what it's from.
Yeah.
I'm curious what they did with the dog to make him attack that balloon.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if there was you know, I guess I couldn't tell if it was a like trained thing to do or if he just did it naturally. Either way, it was kind of funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Animal training is very difficult for film stuff. So
Much
they
like
probably
Cheaper by the dozen, they soak the latex balloon in ground beef.
True.
Could
It
be.
didn't look like the balloon was weighed down by anything, but and I guess the dog could be trained just to attack the balloon. That's not impossible. I'm not a dog trainer. So, it's interesting. I haven't seen a dog attack a balloon before.
I've seen a cat attack a balloon.
Usually they're kind of afraid of them because if they see one balloon pop, it's like the vacuum effect. They're just nervous of the sound.
Yep.
I've seen ones that get really nervous if you like stroke a balloon. I don't like the sound it makes.
I have not stroked a balloon in the presence of a dog before.
Yeah, I mean, it
you
does
have
make
a dog. Doesn't get you a balloon.
It does make a very grating sound. I wouldn't be surprised.
Did that with my
I'm sure
mouth.
that's great for the audio listeners.
ASMR, everyone.
Yeah, we'll go with Sinister first.
Me?
Yes, you-
Me? I'm a big fan of sentient balloons.
Why? Why is this?
I don't know. I don't know. No, I'm not actually a big fan of sentient balloons. But I was just using that as my fodder while I thought of an actual point. I find it. I'm curious because when I saw this, because we did not get this far in my film class, I'm pretty sure watching it, so we didn't get to the point where the balloon, Sorcerer's Apprentices itself and becomes an actual thing. But I am curious, Crimson, because you had a problem in like Paperman with the magic aspect. Does this kind of fall in line with that a little bit for you because it's a sentient balloon, and balloons are not sentient.
Well, it was like, I guess, different magic problems with Paperman. It wasn't well, I guess part of the aspect was the motives of the paper airplanes. So at least the motive with this balloon, I think, is more apparent
or simpler.
Because you could imply, oh, the kid saved the balloon, therefore it's created a bond with them. Meanwhile, in Paperman, the paper airplanes have no reason to bring this couple together. So I would say this builds more on, I guess, the character of the object than Paperman does.
Okay.
Especially since it's being mischievous back. Like, they have that rapport between the balloon, I guess, and the boy. Where they're
okay. So paper. If they gave him a bunch of paper cuts, I think we would have been in a little bit better position with paper.
Well, I question why they give him paper cuts. Because he abused them at work, maybe.
Yeah, he was throwing them at the window. Asshole, wasting paper.
You know what? Yeah, sure. Change the
you know what?
Of the short.
They just start giving him paper cuts and everything. Be good.
I'd be surprised if he didn't when they were holding him down on the train. But we're talking
holding him down, giving him paper cuts, spitting in his mouth. Oh, yeah, it's disgusting. Um, an actual point that I'll touch on. I like the kids are instantly just enthralled with the presence of the balloon. It's very telling for later on, because it's a recurring thing, and it also
There's
kind
a
of does a
setup.
little bit of world building, a little bit of like that their lives are very dreary and dull, and they all want that red balloon because it makes them feel good.
I mean, I went with the more like school can be very dull, and here's this sentient balloon that's kind of disrupting their day to day activities.
Yeah.
I can't tell if they want to play with it or kill it. So
I
this
mean,
whole thing. Obviously, by the end, we know what happens. But
yeah, those are different kids though. Those aren't the kids from this.
I think it's implied that the boys are supposed to be from this school.
Well, they're from the school, yeah, but they're not the same kids that he goes to class with.
Yeah,
They're way too big.
I think it's a jealousy thing because they're envious of the attention. I guess.
Yeah.
why don't I get a magic balloon?
So we'll
Same
get a
reason
Fairly
you get
Odd
magic
Parent.
carpet, Timmy.
You'd abuse it. You're a psychopath, Timmy.
Brinks.
Hi, that's me.
Point time.
You're looking for a point. Yeah. Let's see here. Pascal getting locked up in the room for detention, where he did nothing with the balloon because it's sentient, only to be told after, "Get lost, you little pest." He did nothing.
He disrupted class.
He
How?
knew that because that principal knew that the balloon was attached to him.
We know the principal does know that because the first day where he makes a note of him being late because of the balloon, or presumably, and he just walks in with this object. I think after the balloon's sentience, I thought he punished the boy by proxy because he couldn't catch the balloon.
Yeah, he's an old man.
So like the reason he punished the boy was because he obviously couldn't get a hold of the balloon to do that to punish him himself. At least that's what I got out of that scene.
I guess that could be.
But when the balloon went in, the kids like freaked out, right? In the building, they were screaming and hollering.
Oh, they did it when it was
Well,
just
yeah,
flying
when
right
it went through the
outside too.
window.
Like even before he went inside, like when it was up against the doors and
Yeah, they
looking
could see it through the window. And
Yeah, they were just all
stuff,
cheering and
so.
having fun because it was disrupting class.
Yeah, so that's how I read it. His possession caused disruption.
Yeah, and he can't punish the balloon.
Kind of like if you bring like a fart machine to class and you keep pressing the fart machine button, the teacher's going to punish you for it probably, or take it away from you.
What a highly specific scenario that must have happened in real life.
Yeah, he's speaking from experience.
Yeah.
So I guess that would make sense in that regards, because he did try to grab the balloon and then he gave up and punished Pascal. So.
I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah, like I said, that's what I interpreted from that, is that he just punished Pascal in place of the balloon because Pascal was easier to get a hold of.
Also, he would look like a fucking madman if he was punishing a balloon.
That's true.
Why'd you lock a balloon
detention,
in a room?
You stupid balloon.
Yeah. They'd be like, "What are you doing?" And it's like, "I'm punishing this balloon." Are you fucking crazy?
I mean, that's part of that lends into the humor later on, I think, as well, when the balloons.
Oh yeah, I mean, it goes. Yeah, it would work. I feel like they're trying to at least be somewhat down to earth this early on.
So with that, Sinister, you believe that everyone, besides I guess Pascal, believes balloons are just as is balloons and they're not sentient things.
I believe what I was programmed to believe, which is a balloon is a balloon and a red balloon is a red balloon.
Okay, I guess that answers my question, that no one sees it sentient. Thank you for answering it.
Don't be so sour.
It's a tricky question for this.
I was looking for an answer and I got a joke. I'm
Then you asked the wrong guy. I'm sorry. You can ask somebody else.
It's a tricky question because they react to the balloon, but they don't react to it in the way you would expect them to. Because a balloon wouldn't follow you; it would just go up into the sky. And he tries to grab it, then he eventually ignores it. So he has to acknowledge that it's abnormal, but he doesn't act kind of the way I think a normal person would. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I saw it as I don't see anyone shocked or surprised by the balloon, so I took it as everyone knows balloons are sentient
I mean,
and they're like pets.
I would presume that it doesn't shock them that the balloon is sentient, but there's a lot of bemusement on the faces of adults when it's following the trolley. Like you can see a lot of people like I don't obviously I think they're just extras who didn't know what was going on, but I could see definitely see a lot of I could read a little bemusement onto their expressions, and it doesn't look like any of the adults directly involved with the balloon, like the principal. Like they're surprised that the sentient balloon is sentient. It's more like it's a pest a little bit. It's disrupting
The
class.
rider
That sort
with
of thing.
the trolley, I saw that as them seeing the balloon going, wow, that's a pretty fast balloon. Like a dog chasing a car. Like, that's a pretty fast dog.
People should go
Well,
into competition.
if you're reading into the sentience
The
of the
balloon
balloon,
competition.
yeah, that would make sense. Like if everyone knows it's sentient, that's probably more what's going on. Like, oh, that balloon's pretty fast, that sort of thing. That would make more sense.
And we get the little girl with the blue balloon, and she treats it as normal when her balloon leaves as well. So there could be precedents that it's kind of normal here.
I saw it.
Precedent-
Yeah, I saw it as a pet.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards sentience for balloons in this world being widely known.
I mean, after Pascal gets locked up, the balloon just follows the principal around, and the principal doesn't really pay attention, like doesn't mind.
Well, he minds,
tries
but
to grab it
it's
again.
it's more
Yeah.
it's more amusing.
He can't do
He's
anything
upset,
about
but
it. No, you can't catch me.
yeah, it's a real cheeky balloon.
It is.
right
Not a lot of
cheeky, right
personality
cheeky
in this
mug.
balloon.
You know what? Too much. We gotta pop it. We gotta take some of its personality.
Also, I thought it was not what's the word I'm looking for? Not impolite, but there's a part where Pascal comes up to a crosswalk and he takes a step into the road without looking both directions.
Yeah, he was asking for death.
A distracted or dumb would be your answer.
Thank you. Distract.
Yeah, definitely. Boy, that boy was
Yeah,
really
I agree.
impolite that
He did
he
step
let
into
he let himself get hit by my car. I like that. I like that better.
Yeah, he goes to a market of some sort.
Yeah.
It's a flea market,
Yeah.
an open air market.
The open air markets of Paris are actually really wonderful.
Yeah. I would like to go.
The balloon was admiring its reflection. It liked what it saw.
But what it saw,
Or this was the first time it saw itself once it was born as a balloon. Like, oh my god.
yeah,
I don't
Oh
even
my
have a
God.
face. I thought I was emoting this whole time.
there should have been a scene where Pascal draws on it.
It has a nervous breakdown. It
I thought I
gets
was smiling.
Or it likes what it sees and it just gets narcissistic.
Like it does like that thing where it takes a string and like greases its hair back or whatever, like its head. Would have been good.
Pascal's just looking at this painting of a girl. I don't really get the point of the scene, really, as a whole. Doesn't really do anything except.
I thought it was setting up something with the little girl with the blue balloon later on, but then that was just like a little thing too. It didn't have anything really.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those scenes I read youthful exploration. Like he's just, taking his balloon out for a long walk.
Well, maybe it's like he sees himself in that painting or whatever, because he's like that's got the whatever that like Victorian toy is of like the
Wheel and a
stick
stick.
and the wheel and a stick. Yeah, the classic wheel and a stick.
Stick.
Yeah, hoop and stick. And he's got his balloon that he takes with him places.
Yeah, I agree. I saw a connection, especially since she's wearing red.
He's got a red balloon. A match made in heaven.
I guess
Literally,
Ralphie is gray and red.
Because she's probably dead. By the time he was
The
looking
girl
at
in the
it.
painting?
Yeah, by the time he was seeing it, she was probably long gone or very
yeah,
old.
Assuming it's a portrait, yeah, she's long gone.
She's actually possessed the balloon. That's why he had to go look
She
at
used
it.
the balloon.
That-
Maybe.
that's a horrifying thought.
Is
Why else
Is it
would she be in
horrifying?
this film? She is the balloon.
Maybe because she's a fine actress. Maybe that's why she's in
Oh,
this.
the portrait was a good action.
Yeah, maybe.
Weird they didn't have her act.
She was like probably like 80
She
or
stayed
90.
very still, very well.
Yeah, they should have had her, play a sculpture.
Oh, it's one of those classic Scooby-Doo things where you're looking at a painting, but it's actually the person standing still.
And the eyes move.
Eyes moving.
They have really shifty eyes.
Yeah, I think my scene on the popcorn too is actually a little bit before this, but I really liked the balloon waiting like out of sight for the principal for him to get out of like whatever business meeting he was in. And like obviously it's like playing tricks on him by hiding like behind the person he's talking to. I don't know, that sense of humor landed with me. So
The balloon has more character than Pascal does.
That's true.
you're not wrong. That's why the film is named after the balloon and not the boy.
Yeah, it's not called Pascal and the red balloon.
And his red balloon, yeah.
Yeah. It would be the red balloon and his boy Pascal.
The balloon likes to play hide and seek, gets like a little cheeky, like you can't grab my string, to both Pascal and kids, gets distracted by a beautiful looking blue balloon.
Cleaned up her string just for him. Who knows?
That's disgusting. I don't like
Hey,
that.
Look, it's showing off its curves more than he is.
Is that fine twined yarn? Ooh,
No
That's
splintering
fine.
at the end.
exotic.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever. I kind of miss the old-fashioned strings. I don't like the new ones.
Oh,
Oh, the ribbon?
plastic
Yeah, the ribbon
pressed ones. Yeah.
garbage.
Yeah, I do miss the actual strings.
What about like the Red Robins one that are just like on a plastic stick?
No, that's sacrilege.
That works for birthdays. I think at Red Robins.
Red Robin balloon.
I think the plastic stick weighs it down enough so it doesn't go to the ceiling.
Well, the stick ones don't have helium in them,
They're just air.
so it's cheaper. Yeah.
We're running out of helium.
The guy the principal was talking to, I loved his face once the principal left. He's,
Oh, the close-up?
Yeah.
Huh.
Just amusement.
That guy's an
He has
asshole.
a solid face.
Yeah.
He's
I couldn't
annoyed by a
exactly tell
balloon.
what it was conveying, but it was a great face.
Yeah, I thought it was amusement, which again, like for me, it's I definitely
The
read into
amusement,
it.
confusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I read into it because
Mhm.
obviously the principal was a very, very stern person. So I like, seeing a sentient balloon following him around, I would definitely find that amusing, especially if you know the person. But yeah, I agree. He had a great expression.
Anything else this act?
None for
Final
me.
call.
Being that it's all practical, I like that they had the flea market full of like mirrors for the balloon. I think it helped add more of a realism and 3D environment to it.
I agree with that. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
more
agree.
grounded. It's actually grounds it, kind of. But no, it is only touching the
Also-
ground once, and it's not great when it does.
I guess before the next act and the end, I saw it as all the fascination of the kids for the balloon is that balloons are rare. And they're not common to find.
I don't think
They
it's
seem
that,
pretty common by the end.
I don't think they're uncommon. I
That's
just
what I'm
think,
saying. By the end, they are. Or
I-
pretty much.
I don't think they're uncommon. I think the sentience is less common, or at least someone that's one of them that's openly being sentient. I found that to be less common, which is why they were so.
Oh, they're
enthralled.
more.
The Forkies of the world,
docile.
not the Woodies.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
This balloon's got history.
Yes. Would it have been nice to have that girl come back at the end when the balloons are all flying off?
Like
think it's
getting
fine that she
taken
just got
away
this
with
one
him. I feel like it was setting something up, and I was kind of disappointed that really nothing came of it.
I don't think I needed it, but I will say it would have added to it. Like it would have felt more. It would have been more of like a proper bow at the end kind of thing.
I mean, did
Proper
her
bow.
blue balloon leave her?
It did. Yes.
We don't know. We don't see her. That's why I'm saying it would be interesting to see
Oh,
if it had loyalty to her or if it left.
Right? Are you saying it did?
Well, I meant within the scene that it's introduced. It leaves her.
That's
But I didn't mean at the end because I don't think we see her at all.
No,
There are blue balloons in there, but none
if
of them
she
look
should
like
be
that
at the
one.
end, or this is enough that she doesn't need to come back or anything. Because we get a bunch of random people losing balloons, so I would have thought the one we actually established that had one could have been present. But I guess no one carries that sentiment, so we'll move on from that point. I guess that's the act. No one else said anything, right?
No, I do not.
I do like the. It was very very fairy tale like music that played. So putting that in quotes because I don't really know how to describe fairy tale like music, but when they when the red balloon and the blue balloon like pass each other, there's a more whimsical music that plays that I guess kind of that shapes the tone of the scene that I quite enjoyed, and I like that. It was very quick in passing. I guess I really enjoyed the interaction with the blue balloon.
Now, was the balloon romance here better than Before We Go, or about the same? What are our feelings?
I'm not gonna go that far because I don't really know if we can call it romance.
Oh, don't worry, writer. I'll go that far. Yes, it was better. Much. It was better. Way better.
I'm being jokey, of course, but
just a little bit. You're being a little
better love story than Twilight. I hear. I hear that second
the balloon.
I hear that's the standard which we all compare to be better from. So
yeah, a little bit of love story than Twilight.
Off the top of my head right now, I don't think it is.
What about the bottom of your head? Your jaw.
What's a Twilight fan called?
Twiter.
Harry Potters are like Potterheads, right?
Potterheads.
It's
what's
like
a Twilight fan? That got me. That was pretty good.
I have no idea. I didn't. My interactions with the Twilight fandom have been very limited. I watch their movies for the memes, not for their what they like it for.
Yeah, There's one of my friends. She watches them a bunch, but I think she watches. I'm not gonna speak for her. I think there's a level of irony in them, but I think she does generally like them for the most part. But I think it's mostly irony.
We shall jump to the final act. This to the end. Crazy for the final act. Actually, goes to the end.
Never would give me Jack about 10 minutes.
I give it about 6 years.
I do like the. I like that we can get what the boys are doing before they do it. Like they're planning an ambush, more or less, to try and steal the balloon away from him.
They're very smart too. Yeah.
And they're very well coordinated. They had people blocking the stairs in case he got past the first group, and he didn't notice them sneaking up on him. And you know what? To give credit to Pascal's pretty smart too. He let the balloon fly away and be a distraction while he crawled through the crowd to get away.
Yeah, because they're after the balloon, not him.
Yep, exactly.
I feel like they would still beat him up though.
Yeah, if they weren't too distracted by the balloon, I'd agree.
Yeah.
That would be step 2.
Because I feel like, because they'd be like, you threw away the balloon. We're gonna beat you up because you ruined our fun.
Yeah, but it's also the thing that the balloon stays close enough to keep them distracted too. So
yeah, there's an air of to its unfortunately, later on. That's in this act. We could talk about that.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'll talk about my theory first, though. Unless anyone got a point.
I've been dying for this film theory.
Yeah, I don't know how strongly I weigh on it, but the visit to the church and him instantly running out, I took more of that I think his parents died recently. Because I didn't know if the housekeeper maid was either his guardian, grandmother, or mom. And I took that as like, oh, I think like, the reason he's super attached to the balloon is just because he's just filled with sorrow, and he doesn't want to deal with that. Um, I definitely read into it. I don't think there's any evidence outside of maybe reading into the church scene a bit. Like the
I think it'd
idea,
have more.
because his guardian takes him to the church and then he runs away pretty much.
Yeah, I think it'd have more backing if he was wearing black. 'Cause that's pretty synonymous with
It's usually
funerals.
that's usually synonymous with mourning and stuff like that. So
Yeah, she's wearing all black, so you got half of the potential from attire, anyways.
yeah, and obviously the balloon's kind of his distraction from the sorrow of that loss, which is kind of why he's kicked out / running away with the balloon. We don't get any information on it. It's one of those things that I think could be read into the film, but I don't. Like I said, I don't really have any strong backing for it.
Yeah, it could just be him getting in trouble for skipping out on church or something. If it's not a funeral, I guess. I don't know how strict they are.
Well, I mean, I assume the
1950s
sentient. I
France
assume
on
the
church
sentient.
attendance.
Yeah, I'd assume the sentient balloon would have been distracting for whatever sermon was going on, because we hear commotion after the red balloon goes in. Like it's
The devil.
well, I don't know if I don't know if I'd go that far, but it's definitely like a
I would.
It's red.
yeah,
It's a sentient.
fair enough.
It's alive.
But like I said, I just don't think that it causes commotion in the church as far as I understand, and it could just be from the fact of like it might be a a funeral that they're doing, so the red balloon is just in contrast to everything they're trying to do. Like it's just too much of a tonal shift, which is where my mind took the commotion. But yeah, that's my theory.
But that's just a theory.
Yeah, like I said, it's only a theory. I got nothing more to back it. It's just an idea.
I was thinking of game theory. That's what he says. He's like, but that's just a theory.
Like film
game
theory. And
A film theory. He does sound like that. Film theory.
Springs, what are your thoughts on the theory?
I never saw it as a funeral.
Okay.
I
What
saw
about
it,
now?
I took it as similar to the trolley instance of like no balloons allowed. So when the balloon entered church, it was just like no balloons allowed, but the guard had a spear. So it's like more of a threat to actually pop the balloon. So Pascal running out with it was just a means of protecting it.
Yeah, like I said,
I did not.
That's the more literal interpretation to take it. I just read it. I just read in some potential symbolism is all I did. So that's fine.
I was not expecting like a balloon civil rights movie.
Well, like I said, this
God has no right to enter the church.
Yeah, like I said, this is the prequel to Billy's Balloon, where the war has been long going.
It's been going for years. The helium wars
Going for 40 years.
Lost thousands.
Did find the sound effect of inside the church really odd, though.
The commotion?
Yes, it sounded like someone just moving around a wooden ladder.
I think that's at least the way I've always interpreted it, is like people standing out from the
wooden
pews,
seats.
pews,
Yeah.
pews, yeah, and moving them.
Pews.
That's kind of how I read it.
Yeah, pews collectively make that noise, especially when you go to like an older church and they have those wooden pews, like the long benches and stuff like that. They do
all wood and not any like cushion whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely very much close to the sound that they make. It's been a while since I've been to an old church like that, so I can't confirm what that sound, whether it's accurate like 100%, but I think it's pretty close.
I can't picture the sound exactly right now, but that's how I've always read the commotion sounds.
Maybe we'll talk about it in the recap.
Yeah,
I just thought it as not that it didn't match. It's not that. It didn't sound like it's not like a cow mooing or something, but it did. It sounded a very
That would be really weird, wouldn't it?
What's the word I'm looking for? Like fully made kind of thing.
The
Like someone did
oddness.
behind to add in.
It felt artificial to you.
Yes.
Yeah, it also sounded artificial because I thought it was weird that there were no voices, like gasps or anything to that extent.
I mean, there's a lot of Foley in this. Him running is Foleyed. That's definitely, they didn't actually get coverage for that.
That's true.
There's also parts where him running, they don't have depth in sound. It's just one sound effect,
yeah.
no matter how close or far away he is.
Yeah, but that's also for the time because they weren't really. I mean, we're only like 20 years out from sound and picture, so there's not really that much. It's very hard, and I'm sure in France it was a very. I don't know what the studio system was like in France, but I'm sure it was not nearly as developed as America too.
Yeah, I mean, Foley had improved through the years. I don't know at this point in time how developed it was. Obviously, we get a pretty simplistic version because you're right. We get footsteps, a couple vehicle sounds, and that's typically it when he's going through the streets. You don't hear much other stuff going on.
No.
Whether or not that's intentional, that I guess is up for the individual to determine. I think it's better for it being more quiet.
Yeah,
It
lends
leads
itself
more
more,
focus
yeah.
to the boy in the balloon.
Weird. The boy and his balloon. I think even the other way. It's the balloon and his boy. I do like how imposing the church looks, though. When they zoom out from it, it's very, very big, massive church.
Running away afterwards.
Yeah, running away into the fields.
Yeah, I like that shot.
It's a good shot. Reminds me of
about a third of it's just like black from
yeah, it's just like
different buildings on the side.
Yeah, there's literally only the green grass and his red balloon. Everything else is just like gray or black. It's very cool. Right after that, which I'll touch on. I love this bakery. It looks so good. I want to eat them.
They look nice.
They do.
And I guess I don't know. We're theorizing about how he could be potentially poor because of his attire he keeps wearing. But if he was poor, would he be having money in his pocket?
Well, that was probably communion, right? Or like not communion.
Oh, you think he stole money
stole
on his
from
way
God?
Out? Not he stole, but like he didn't put the money in.
It, like
he didn't donate it. Yeah,
but
he got run out. Yeah.
Sure, that's a workaround. I'll take that.
I think the Guardian also, judging by their location, I think they're pretty okay off. Like they're not rich by any means, but I think they're okay.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not like slums, but they're probably not. I mean, I don't really know what the economic areas of France were in 1950s. If there's any indication for that in this.
I mean, the only indication of it being slums is where the boys try to ambush him, because that leads right up the steps to where he is.
Yeah. Well, my argument, or what I was saying, was like there's just kind of like bombed out areas, but that doesn't mean it's slums. That just means it was bombed out. Mm-hmm. But that would make it appear as if it was a slum. I don't know. I mean, he does change his shirt, and he puts a jacket on. Looks all nice. He does this some Sunday best, but don't know the socioeconomical terrain of 1950s France in this specific area, so it's up for debate.
Something I will bring up is I guess we have to believe that the balloon has a front. It doesn't see the boys come around to take it.
There's an anatomy to this balloon.
There is.
So it does have visual, like quote unquote eyes.
Yeah, it has a front where it sees. I guess it's not 360 view, like one would think a balloon.
Yeah, I believe Crimson is saying this because if it doesn't, it's a problem that it doesn't notice the balloon.
Yes.
It is a problem that it doesn't notice the boys.
We see it's very good at not allowing people to grab it throughout this entire film, and then they just like, gotcha. Not much fight.
It's distracted with the fact that he is his chosen human is buying stuff from a very, very delectable bakery.
Delectable.
Bakers,
he was,
bakers
he
in
was
France would
hoping
be
it
done
would
for.
get a piece of it later. Brinks, you got something?
Let's see. The running, like just the lengthy amount of running, which I would say is longer than, like the umbrella thing. You asked if the umbrella I thought was too long. I thought that was fine, but the running all over the place, I think that went on a little long. It reminded me of the opening title sequence to the 1966 Adam West Batman movie, of just constant running.
There's quite a bit of running.
That for some reason that just reminded me of the Adam West Batman movie. He's running with a bomb over his head, trying to find a place to throw it.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
Sounds
some
good.
days you can't get rid of a bomb.
Yep.
must resist urge
Do I think
to
it's
dance.
too long? Yeah, I think they could have shortened it a little bit. He went down like 10 alleyways. Probably could have done that in 7.
Yeah.
Oh, cut out 3.
I don't know.
Because
See,
I do think a
maybe.
decent amount of time could be attributed to this chase scene, but it was a bit long.
I won't quantify it. I feel like it could be shorter, but I won't quantify how much shorter it should be. So I feel like it could be fine.
It's a.
So I had less of a problem with this than I had with the umbrella thing. So I feel like the umbrella thing is this seems more necessary overall than the umbrella thing would be, because it is kind of building up tension and stuff. It might be a little bit longer than it needs to be, but it still has that necessity in it for me.
It's for me. It's balancing the like it's trying to juggle the perspectives of his pursuers and like places he's trying to hide in. So there's definitely elements that an element of time they really need to dedicate to this. I'm fine with it being one of the longer sequences. I don't know what they could do to make it more interesting, because I think that also might lend it to being part of the problem. In that he's not running through buildings. We're not seeing him interact with other locals except for the one person that's kicks him out and the one person that's walking down the alleyway. But I think there was a lot more they could do to keep the chase interesting if they wanted.
Should have climbed a ladder to the roof and rooftop hopped.
Done Assassin's Creed style. That's funny.
Yeah, he should have done like some parkour. Little legs. He runs like Leia in
Can't
Obi-Wan.
stand his running. It's so stupid looking. Or goofy. I'll say it's goofy looking.
That's funny. I
Goofy
agree. He did remind me of Leia's run from Kenobi, which was made worse because
Now
she
that
was chased by adults. But
Yeah, like this is better just because there's less of a need for him to run extremely fast, but it is just he runs very uncoordinatedly, like a child.
Yes, like a child.
Like
a child ran like a child.
So I guess he's a good actor because he's doing exactly how he should be doing.
I will say I do like that he found the balloon because it was popping up really high, but it's still very convenient that he happened to find it because he didn't know where it went.
they're very lucky. They just went like a couple blocks away
Yeah.
instead of like to the other side of the city or any further.
Yeah, he just happened to pick the right direction to walk. He could have gone any direction.
Hey,
But I guess he did technically go for high ground to see if he could survey the area.
Good old General Kenobi.
If he was thinking that far ahead, I don't know.
I read it as like these are like a group of kids that are known in the neighborhood or whatever as being kind of troublemakers. So he probably kind of knew where they hang out at the area, at least. Maybe not the exact location.
The only problem with that is that he doesn't see that the boys took him, the balloon.
No, but yeah. It would, but
freaking
I feel
Milkman
like
could have taken it.
You're right, but we do have at least the earlier instance of.
I suppose that is precedence.
Yeah. So because you're right, it could have been a milkman, it could have been a freaking grocery store clerk or whatever. But it's like, okay, detective skills here. Who was trying to steal my balloon most recently? Maybe I should check that because I have a definitive idea of that. and then I'll go
Yeah,
check the other stuff that's less likely.
The
Possibility.
the group that stole the balloon as well, they added their own string, like a longer.
very long.
Yeah,
string.
a non-sentient string.
Apparently, yes.
Yeah.
These kids were vicious animals.
Yeah,
They're
that's
just-
pretty.
They were just beating each other with they had slingshots, throwing rocks. It was a mosh pit.
I'm gonna get some flack, but it really like the aggression reminded me of like the monkeys in 2001: A Space Odyssey. Like that was the level of chaos.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was just like it was pure. Is it help me out here, writer? Is it id? Is that like the aggressor or like the
Oh yeah, no,
or-
it's id.
the
Id
what
and
is
ego.
the other ego? Yeah, they're pure ego.
Well, it is the one that's the
Oh, it is.
flamboyant.
Oh, I was right.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
It is the flamboyant, like monstrous one, I guess.
Okay, yeah, it was pure id kids right there.
Darn two animals they were.
Animal.
Then they climbed the wall, even though they could have opened the door.
Well, they couldn't.
Yeah, that was a little weird. I tried to remember. He doesn't do anything to block it or anything, right? Like it's just
No,
they-
well, he tries to open it and it doesn't go all the way. So I thought they
They tries
blocked
to open
it.
it, and they're blocking it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's something.
They had to show off that they could get over the wall. I guess it's more
It's
intimidating if
easy
they come
to-
over the wall chasing after him than to go through the door. But
Yeah, they have nothing else
Still.
to do. They have no homework.
these are the Pinocchio kids. The
The donkeys.
Lampy,
yeah,
Lampwick,
the donkey Lampwick.
Yeah,
what's
Lamp.
what's the
Candlewick?
town called though?
Lampwick?
Pleasure
I think
Island.
Yeah, Pleasure Island. These are the Pleasure Island kids. That's what they
No, it's
end
the
up
boot
at.
camp.
Yeah,
No.
the boot camp.
No, I reject that. I like
Disney
Pleasure
version.
Island better.
Not Guillermo del Toro.
Sorry, Guillermo. That's the only thing I don't like about yours. I prefer Pleasure Island. But yeah, no, it's crazy how upset and like aggressive they are with the balloon. I like it, but
No,
it
he
is
didn't
it's
pop
wild.
earlier.
No, it's a tough balloon.
The reason, well, they all missed because they suck at aiming because they're kids.
They're like
but-
stormtroopers.
Yeah, I thought the idea was that, like, I guess I thought they were all jealous of the fact that he had it, so they were just taking away the source of their jealousy and like what they, I guess, I don't know. It was for me. It was they were just taking away the, what
Yeah.
the source of their jealousy, so they didn't have that as an excuse anymore. He couldn't hold it over them, even though he wasn't doing it really. It was unintentional at best, but
Yeah. I mean, they're just bullies.
yeah,
They take anything as a
Also
slight to
jealousy,
themselves.
or it could just be pure boredom.
pure boredom,
This was something they
jealousy,
could do.
or like I
if you're
said-
so
Yeah, pure boredom, pure jealousy, or like I said, it's all prelude. They're balloon racist, racist against balloons,
helium cyst.
helium cyst.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I don't know if you're so bored that you're like popping a balloon is really interesting. I have what a world.
What a world.
And what a world.
Sprinks, you brought up how this one felt a little long to you, the chase sequence. Was there anything about it you did like?
Not necessarily.
That it ended.
Just kind of
Okay.
decent.
I guess my
It's, just it's a chase scene.
yeah, it's a serviceable chase scene. I think my favorite part though is when someone pushes him back out of the house when he's trying to
Yeah,
hide.
that is funny. I feel like they could have done a couple more of those. It would have been a little bit more interesting
Yeah, either
visually.
Yeah, like I said, I think what it's lacking is not necessarily. I think the length can be fine. I think it just needs to be more dynamic somehow. I don't need the crazy stunt stuff, but I felt like it was lacking just in that department.
I honestly
It's that
thought it was
action
gonna get
rock music.
somebody re-edited this. Just put some Doom music behind it or whatever. I thought it was gonna get stuck in like those narrow corridor for a second because it was getting really close and it would pop,
Yeah.
or that might happen.
Yeah, when it was bouncing off the walls.
Mhm.
I don't know why. Well, I guess it had very good reason. It reminded me that scene of the walls closing in and getting closer and closer kind of reminded me of the chase sequence in Inception where Leonardo DiCaprio almost gets stuck between the two walls.
Mhm. Christopher Nolan, you ripped off another French film.
Are we all that surprised?
No, actually, I should have said a foreign film because he ripped off Paprika really hard.
Yeah, it's
I did like the old lady blocking all the kids. She let him pass. And she just winds her arms up like, "Oh, you're not getting past me, kiddos.
Yeah.
You suck."
yeah. I think she just that to me is she's just familiar with the neighborhood, and also she
Yeah,
can
he's like-
probably just an observer could say that the rest of these kids are just chasing this one person. So,
They're gonna kill him.
They're a bunch of dicks.
well, they're gonna kill someone.
Mhm.
But it's interesting though. Who would get tried for? Would they be tried for murder, or would it be
On the
manslaughter?
balloon?
Yeah,
No, there's no the balloons have no rights in this world. So
you're right. Sorry,
that's
I keep
that's
forgetting.
why
forgetting
that's why the
another
revolution
building.
is that's why the revolution needs to happen.
The revolution will not be short filmed.
You need to make sure these kids can get prosecuted.
It is. I touching on this. I know it's kind of towards the end, but I do like that it's not a satisfying death. Really, like it doesn't like slow motion pop open or whatever. It just kind of slowly
Shrivels
shrivels
up until the stomp at the end.
up until it gets like stomped on, and then it's it's like all. But even that's not like super satisfying.
Well, no,
I
it's
kinda-
meant to be sad.
Yeah, I know. It's I like it.
Funny
Which
enough,
means this-
I didn't
Wow,
find it as
are we on
sad.
opposite spectrums?
I found it funny.
Because it was.
Ooh, it's sadistic.
The balloon getting hit by a rock and then being like wounded and dying. I saw my mind connected that to The Mask when he gets shot.
Yeah,
and he just fakes his death, and it just goes for a long time. So I just found the balloon just dying funny.
See, I thought you were going to say The Mask, or you're going to like when Daffy Duck gets hit or whatever, and he just like weeble wobbles around and he doesn't fall down. I thought those were going to be the two things you would.
Yeah, it just keeps going with this monologue.
Yeah.
His last sentence just keeps going.
Deadpool
I tried to
2
look up-
going for the Oscar.
I tried to
I
look
hope
up
the
what this balloon
Academy
was
is
made out of
watching.
because
What is
it
it?
looked really weird shriveling.
Yeah, because it had like the. They must have just like put like the smallest like little prick or something into it so that it would gradually decline, but it wouldn't like be it wouldn't just like
Pop.
yeah.
My best guess, and like I said, I couldn't find anything, so I don't know if it's what it is.
Hmm.
Is maybe they spray painted the balloon, and the rubber was
Oh.
shrinking, but the paint wasn't. Which
Oh, you're
is
talking
what
about
was
the
giving it
crystallization.
that weird
Yeah, so
texture.
Yeah, because it wouldn't
Yeah, I don't.
because you wouldn't get a
balloon.
balloon with like creases up until it was like almost all the way dead. It wouldn't do that like that's fast.
Yeah,
would
it looked
stay.
weird, but then again, it could just be how a material balloons used to be made out of that we aren't privy to now. I
Privy to.
couldn't find anything on it.
Big balloons holding out on us. Big helium.
Those
Certainly
are crinkly, deflatable balloons.
What a world we've created from this short film.
So I liked how they were trying to build up the emotional bit of it by making it completely silent, even though the kids were screaming like maniacs right before that.
Yeah.
So in universe, doesn't really make sense why it's silent.
Well, I
Until we
mean,
hear
they
a
could
dog
just
bark
be
and
they
then
could
it
just
gets
be
stepped on.
absolute they could just be absolutely flabbergasted that they managed to hit it this time.
Oh my god! You get
I
the
got
trophy, Timmy. You killed it.
But yeah, you're right. It's pretty. Not all of them would be silent. Maybe the
No.
person shooting was surprised that they actually managed to hit it this time.
But
20th
again,
time's a
it's
charm.
it's like something where it doesn't make sense, but it's better that it doesn't make sense in universe.
Yeah, it's
Sometimes you
better
have to- you
for
have to-
I think the viewer, but for the universe that it does not fit. Kids would be celebrating. We killed it! We killed it! We screwed over Pascal.
But you
His
got to
joy is
sometimes you
over.
got to. Yeah, his one joy is gone, and now let's all go back to being depressed too.
Yeah, he just lost his parents and his pet balloon. What else can we take
Oh.
from him?
I wish that. Oh, we can take his clothes.
His life.
Yeah, we can beat him.
Yeah, we can beat him up, I guess.
Yeah, he'll be the
We can throw him in a
first.
ditch somewhere.
He'll be the first victim to the balloons in their retaliation.
You will be when the revolution comes. You will be spared.
I think not really a complaint. Another note that I have is because I attribute this to more realism than the film I think is going for. Kid has a lot of upper body strength because I don't think the strings are wrapped around his legs or anything. He's just holding on to the strings around him.
Oh, when
Yeah.
he's getting lifted?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Kid did his own stunts on that.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't just a doll or something.
No, they had a guy with a BB gun at the ready to shoot it down if it got too far up. That's a music reference for you people out there. Go check it out.
All the balloons could definitely feel the death of the other red balloon, or they heard it.
Ish sent shockwaves through the balloon community.
That's true. It was it was their equivalent of the losing Kennedy.
It was the balloon Kennedy. We hold these truths to be self-evident.
Yeah.
We are balloons.
Yeah. I mean, man,
Just
those.
shot in the head.
Yeah.
We go up in the air not because it's easy, because it's very easy.
Yeah, those sling snipers on the grassy knoll, man. Like, seriously.
Slingshot sniper. You shouldn't be making me laugh about this, Ryder. It's not funny.
I'll stop.
There
I'll
it is.
stop.
It's not appropriate for our times.
Yeah, so like I said, everything was practical here. So the balloon stuff at the end where they're all getting released, I imagine they just
Reversed.
released them. Yeah, well, there was a reverse shot of when they're going to him to pick him up, but I'm talking more like the line of them in the sky, the big clusters.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they all have like really long strings and they're just moving along with them, or if that's just the natural course of the wind that they took. I don't know.
I think it's
It's very pretty.
Yeah, I think it's doable in either case, but I
Yeah.
guess speaks to the effort they're willing to go to.
I love because they have like for the ones that are being held by like other kids and they get taken away. I know they're attached to strings and just getting yanked. Yeah, I love how it looks like it's super fast.
They're very attached to the red balloon.
I will
Ditched
say
their kid immediately.
it sucks. This came out like 30 years. Probably a little bit less, a little over 30 years before 99 Red Balloons came out, and then they could have the 99 Red Balloons. No, nobody.
Nope.
The roof balloons. The 99 roof balloons go by. Da, 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 da. No.
That's a
Nope.
music thing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's why it's not on my radar. You're the music guy.
Okay.
Why over my head?
This is irritating. It's not like that's like an 80s song.
I guess if we cover more music videos in the future,
No, it's
I
over.
wasn't born in the 80s.
Just
I've
from
never
that,
heard of
I'm never
any
gonna pick a music
80s
video
music.
ever now. This is I'm jinxed. It's been ruined.
okay, maybe I'll choose it for you.
I won't be there.
Oh,
Out of spite, I'll avoid it.
Has to be the 99 red balloons.
no, that's the only one he'll not come to.
Yeah, no, any of them now. I won't do it.
Okay.
It's
You
been
heard it here.
besmirched.
We cover
No,
edge runners.
You only got edge
again.
runners.
No, not coming.
The fools I was a part of did not know Loof Balloons by Nina.
We lost our street cred.
I'm just
Good thing I had
I'm
none.
arguing. It's not that you didn't know it. It's just because it's a big song. It was an '80s hit.
Yeah.
It was like a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, my music, from what I understand, I definitely never would have listened to it or heard it in my life.
Okay. Anyways,
Sorry.
that's enough about that.
I guess any final points for? I guess film as a whole.
Yeah, the balloons aren't rare. They're not a rarity. They're all over.
Certainly not. They all left a bunch of birthday parties.
They left their carnivals. They left their humans. Yeah,
There was a carnival.
Probably.
I would guess.
Well, there was a balloon salesman for sure. He had a bundle of balloons and he was going to give one to a kid. So there you go. Balloon salesman. There was a bunch of balloon, like there was a streak of red balloons and red balloons coming out of these two windows, which was interesting. Because the other shots are all multicolored ones. Those were just strings of the same color.
I think I have one point about during the chase sequence. There was a point where Pascal let the balloon go and tried to fit through a fence. You can tell that some of the kids behind him were, they were there. The shot was on them a little too long, pretty much, because it looks like they can easily fit through, but they're just not trying. And also, some of them are just pretending that they can't fit through when they can.
Yeah, and then there were the ones that did actually try, and their heads were too big.
Yeah,
The heads were too big. Big pumpkin heads.
they were balloon heads.
They were balloon animals. Oh, that's what they were. They were balloon animals. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, they were. One of the sequences, the balloons coming to rally for the red one, was a string of 3 balloons, which was blue, white, and red, which is the French flag.
Yeah.
La French
Some
flag.
tension on that one.
Just a little bit.
They're very prideful. I mean, that's why we had a lot of city tracking shots.
I think that is what
Tracking
French people are known for, being very prideful. The prideful French. Stereotypically, anyway. I'm sure they're nice people.
Anything
Yeah,
else?
I like the little detail of when the balloons are going to Pascal. There's one from an alleyway shot of a blue, white, and red one going down the road, which is the French flag.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then also when
cash.
the balloons get to Pascal, some of them are more enlarged than what we saw on their travel.
Yeah.
He got some mixed sized ones too, but when they were traveling, they all at least appeared to be the same size.
Yeah.
All balloons are created equal.
So unless that adds a new thing that they can inflate themselves.
Balloons come in all shapes and sizes. Okay. You got the
Okay.
dog balloons, the sword balloons.
Okay, so what you're saying is the one that are enlarged at the end, we just never saw up to that point.
No, I agreed with you when you brought it up that it's inconsistent. We see a bunch of normal balloons with him, and then we get the flying, and there's a lot of big ones. I agree with that.
Because that's the only way you could have a flying them carry anything. I haven't even seen.
Yeah, I don't know how heavy the doll
was.
was. I couldn't find anything on the doll.
Because it wasn't a doll; it was the real kid. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They had a guy with a BB gun.
He was very brave.
He was a really good actor.
That he was not. Pascal's acting was horrendous.
But he was just a little boy, so it worked out.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it acting.
He didn't react to anything correctly.
Correct.
The kids chasing him, his face was stiff the whole time. He wasn't panicked. He wasn't worried about his balloon. Stiff-faced.
He wasn't worried about being late for school at all. Especially now that we know he has a strict principal.
He had a balloon. He was a balloon kid.
Not great. Something I wrote in my notes was he gave up on his pal real quick.
Oh, they left
He was
the corpse.
mourning the death of his buddy, and then a bunch of them came, and he's like, "Oh, well, screw him. I'm with these guys now."
Well, this guy's dead, so
didn't even bury him. The disrespect.
To bury a balloon.
It's like a war zone. What's the body?
It's like that guy. Yeah, it's like Saving Private Ryan. He's like picking up his arm, picking up his pieces.
Then bury him, cremate him, nothing left him.
He made. He gets. Then he inhales like rubber fumes and dies.
Yeah.
You're
It was
mad,
brought
man.
up,
You're crazy.
it was brought up earlier by Sinister that the beginning of the movie reminded you of Willy Wonka, of the like muted town
Yeah.
color look. Did
Yeah.
you make a connection towards the end of its ending with the
A field.
protagonist going over the city and flying?
Did I?
rocket
I don't
ship?
think I did. I think you
No,
just
I'm
did.
bringing it
Whatever
up.
Willy
If you-
Wonka's device was.
Oh, okay. You were okay. I was like, I don't think so. I think you just made that point actually. So bravo. No, I didn't go that far. I was just like, I just thought the town was similar, but I feel like they were doing a similar thing because parts of, I don't know. I'm just gonna say UK because I don't know if it was England or London, and I don't want to get razzed in the comments. But is very gray in certain parts, so it just kind of fit.
Uh,
And I
So-
think England's in the UK.
Well, it is, but I don't know if it was London or England, but because they're two different.
the United
things.
Kingdom has several sections of it,
Yeah,
and Esther doesn't know which section.
Yeah.
yeah, and they are very, very specific on which section they are because they're very different. Or is it UK?
So if you're from that section, or please let us know.
If
down in the
you're
comments, it would
if
help.
you're Charlie Bucket, please give me your golden ticket.
That too.
I guess my final question for everyone: what happened to Pascal? What are your theories? What happened?
He slipped.
That was
He's
dark.
a kid. He doesn't have that hand strength.
He's could be a horror film. He's screaming, "Please, I'm losing grip. Lower!"
No,
They just
it's like
keep going
that,
up and up.
The Hellbender's Christmas where Jesus takes him up and then he just drops him. Like, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go to balloon heaven.
Rex is saying he slipped. And anybody else got any theories? And they go on with the slipping.
I would go with slipping, or if this really is Connect to Billy's balloon, they dropped him.
It's just.
You led to our friend's demise. He was fine on that post, but you had to move him.
It's true, he was. He actually had a better life, technically, before Pascal got involved.
That's true. It wasn't nowhere near as exciting or violent.
I think he became a balloon.
This is the steps to turning into a balloon.
This was the indoctrination. He was accepted by their kind, so he went through the whole avatar process of just like learning their ways, and eventually just became their chief.
Yes, instead of the tree of life, the helium tank of life. They just filled him with helium and he died.
No, he inflated it and it started floating.
For every balloon that pops, a human has to become a balloon. It's just part of. It's just it's just
Every
their way of
time
life.
a balloon pops, a human loses their life. Huh?
They don't lose it; they just become a balloon. The transcendence.
Well, we'll end it there. We'll go to our ratings stuff. So, starting with Ryder.
Nope, I'm doing the.
Starting with Sinister.
Starting with Crimson. Oh, it didn't work. Damn it. I pleasantly. I enjoyed myself pleasantly. I pleasantly enjoyed this. Whichever. This was pleasant. It's a nice little short film that's not so short. It's more of a. It's on its way to being a long, but it fits the criteria. It's nice to have more full context for this after only probably seeing like the first quarter or first like third of it. I am a little disappointed that I was kind of hoping something would happen with the girl in the blue balloon, and it would be kind of like this, young love story between the two balloons and the two, or long young, acquaintanceships, whatever. But instead we get a balloon popping and then like a million balloons coming down and taking up a kid. So what do I know about filmmaking? What do I know about story structure?
Well, enough to
I
be on
was
a podcast, so.
no. I hang up my podcast pod, but I like this overall. It was a little slow in parts, and definitely shows its age, and it's somewhat timeless because it doesn't. I mean, it represents like definitely a certain part of time, but I feel like it also, I feel like you can kind of relate to it still in its own way. So it has both ends. It's timeless and it's of its time. Both instances, probably mostly of its time, and the fact that the Foley is not that great. But I like the soundtrack. Soundtrack is pretty well done. It fits it for the most part. Gets that whimsy. Gets that that uplifting because it's all about going up. Balloons go up, and then sometimes they go down and to the left and to the right.
And then they take it back.
And they take it back. They rewind, reverse. So yeah, the only problems I really had with this were it was a couple slow, overly long sequences that kind of didn't really go, or one of them went somewhere and the other one really didn't go somewhere, and it just looked kind of weird in in the afterthought. But the other one at least had a point, but it could have been trimmed slightly. Acting wise, it was just it was okay. Nobody really, I mean, there weren't really characters. It was just sort of stand-ins for boy, adult, grouchy principal. There wasn't really need for too much, but it could have been a little bit better, even how slim those were. But setting wise, soundtrack, music was all really good. There was a couple shots that I really liked that were very, very cool and really set up very well. So I feel comfortable giving this a 7.
Okay, joke. Now, writer?
Sure. Yeah, okay, so I'll do my objective first. This movie was fine, I think, on, like, we talked about, like, whether they're, sentient balloons and stuff like that, and it's kind of, I obviously am leaning towards them actually being sentient, because it helps the film a lot, rather than this just being a very unique case. So I think the confusion around that is pretty much the only thing I could really tie into world building, because otherwise it's just late 50s France, and a kid who happened to get a sentient balloon. The plot is pretty simple. It's not really convoluted. You can't really dilute itself. The main issue that I would take with the plot is its pacing is definitely off at times. And we kind of went back and forth over the umbrella sequences and the chase sequences of whether it was either too long or too short. And I do think the fact that I guess there's something a little bit off about it as to why most of us had to talk about it. I think that does lend to the fact that there's probably a problem there. And the pacing is always a very difficult issue to discuss in terms of as it directly ties to a story's plot, because you have to balance, because this movie is very intentionally supposed to be kind of on the slower side of things. But I think that being the main issue, the characters were fine. I have issue with Pascal's acting, but that doesn't really pertain to his character, other than he forgets his friend really quickly at the end, and there's a few times where there's a few nicks here and there that I think kind of hold it back. That being said, I think it's still pretty solid for the idea and concept. I'm at an 8 objectively. I don't see too much wrong. but I think what is wrong kind of prevents it from getting any higher. And I think there are some timeless aspects to the writing that help, but most of those are how best to describe this? Most of them seem to be more on the um, symbolic interpretive end, I suppose, would be what I'm trying to say. Like I read into the story about the sorrow stuff, and I don't think that's there. While I like it, um, and stuff like that. Anyway, subjectively, I'm happy I watched it. I don't have any plans to see this again. I found myself to be bored throughout of it, most of it. Um, and that's just a personal thing. Obviously, I think it's fine. I'm not gonna go out of my way to watch it again, but I also feel like if I was forced to watch it again, I wouldn't necessarily be angry about it. I'm just gonna be more talkative during it, I guess. So my subjective end is gonna be 4.
Okie dokie. This is Sprinks.
Okay. Let's go with my objective. I think the outfitting's fine. The coloring is great. Actually, I think the colorization of everything in the film is really good. Of the vibrance of red and all the colors of the balloons at the end. Like the difference of the balloons colors to people in the world is very good, especially from the beginning to end, because I think it's weird that the balloon dies and then everything kind of brightens up at the end. Like the town has more browns, or it's more like midday look versus the beginning kind of all the way throughout where it's very just overcast.
Gray.
I think that's purposefully done. Let's see. I think the camera work's good. There's a lot of, I think also in choreography, there's a lot of like left and right entrances for Pascal. There's a lot of him coming from the left and right balanced. I don't know if that plays into, because I didn't look into it or rewatch for the purpose of seeing if it was a perspective thing. If if Pascal coming to the left focused more on something of Pascal's action versus if Pascal came in on the right, it would be more on the balloon's action. That could be looked into, which could be clever. I really like the use of practicality. It helps with the 3D grounded world set, that it's not overdone and it's not people looking at like tennis balls, even though at the time that was not a technique used. Let's see. What else have I not touched on? Because I usually always forget something. Writing's fine. It's very passable. There's not a lot of dialogue, if at all, really. Just a couple lines here and there from people. Yeah, over 7.5. I think it was fine. Nicely done. Subjectively, I am kind of in agreement with Ryder. It was a little boring, but it did have a continuation of the story going on, and I think what captivated me more was that I'd never seen it before, so I didn't know where it was going. So it gave me a little mystery in that aspect. I like kind of we never touched on if the balloon's just magic at all. We just said sentience, which is where I saw it. I saw it as like the balloons are like stray animals and they're pets. I did find it fine. So subjectively 6.5.
Okie dokie. And since you have all gone, I will now release my last fact I've been holding on, because I wanted to get your guys' unbiased thoughts throughout the whole film without this fact in the back of your heads. So it was an Oscar winner, as Ryder brought up in the beginning. It won awards. It did win Oscars. It won Oscar for the best original screenplay and best writing.
Funny.
So,
there wasn't much here.
Yeah, I know. It's very bare bones, but it won Oscar nominations for that.
Do you
And
know
even
the
more
other
impressed-
Oscar nominees it went against?
I did not look at that now.
I'll look
But
it up.
there's something even more impressive than that. It is the only short film in the short film category to win an Oscar outside of the short film category to this day.
Oh. It seems
So,
that year didn't have a lot of
pretty-
stuff to go against.
Maybe
Wow,
impressive feat.
getting a jab
Wow.
in after
Or
the balloon's
maybe
already been
times have
popped.
changed.
Yeah, or times have changed. That also could be
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we're just not
That was
excited
a
about
long
Red
time
Balloon as it
ago.
used to be.
And would that be 56 or 57-ish?
It would be 57 because it would be the year after. I can't find who it. Can't find who it went up against because it's a weird category.
Maybe we'll have that for the recap.
I don't think
It was very cool.
I don't think I'll be able to find it in time.
So we'll go with me next. I'll go with subjective. Even though I have this physically and I've seen it a few times, I'm in agreement that it's kind of boring. It didn't need to really be half an hour, I think. It's very slow. Not super engaging to me, which is why it is a 6.5. Only because I have a slight childhood nostalgia factor. It would probably be a 5 if this was the first time I'd seen it for the podcast. Objectively, it's not the best thing in the world. Pascal's acting is horrendous. Sorry, Pascal. I know you're kicking out there still, so if you're watching this, I'm sorry, but it's what it is. Him betraying the balloon at the end, just leaving him for he didn't care at all. He turned immediately, which is unfortunate because he really loved that balloon throughout the entire segment of the film. I do believe in the pacing issues we discussed, not just the umbrella and the chase scene, but I also think the flea market does convey a bit of the atmosphere of the setting and perhaps more joy with the balloon. But in the grand span of the short, it didn't really need to be in it. So, I don't know, that's some problems. I really like the practicality of the balloons. Looks great. There's one part which I didn't bring up, but I perused my notes while you guys are going through yours. There was a part on the trolley where the balloon is chasing it down, where the camera's kind of on the trolley, looking at the balloon, following, and you can see a piece of tape or something on it where the string is attached, controlling it. So, other than that, I think they did a good job masking the strings that were involved. But overall, I'm giving it a 7.
I was able to find the Academy Award thing.
Okay.
It's the only short film listed, I believe, for the screenplay. The nominees, you're not going to know any of these movies, but for
The nominees
36.
are
The nominees were The Red Balloon, which ended up winning, and the other ones were The Bold and the Brave, directed by Robert Lewin, Julie by Andrew L. Stone, The Lady Killers starring Alec Guinness by William Rose, and then La Strada by Federico Fellini and Tullio Pinelli.
Lady Killers is big too.
The original Lady Killers?
Yeah, the original.
I that was the only one I was like, I'm pretty sure anybody would know, but the rest of them, I'm like, nobody's gonna know any of these movies.
So I had some competition. It wasn't an easy victory.
I mean, Federico Fellini, that's a high praise because Federico Fellini is really good.
And we
The
are
Bold
down
and
to the
Brave.
last short. Unless you got more.
The last short.
Last short. DC
And
Showcase Death.
Did you do this on purpose so that it would be the last one because it's the end of
it's
all
the death of the
things?
season.
Yeah.
She will be carrying this to the end. The Great Beyond.
Only you had drawn her, and then we could
the
do
great
that.
mystery.
All right, we'll go to our standard histories. This time, starting with Sprinks.
I've seen this once before, so this was my second time watching it. I there's a little more I saw in it, being now with an objective lens for the pod. That's about it. I'm a big Batman guy.
Yeah, Batman's really heavy in this.
It
There's
helps.
Some references.
He's in every shot. I know.
Yeah, he's in the background. He actually he's just,
It's like the monk. It's
he's
like
just
the
a little
Mickey
drawing
Mouse.
in the corner.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse is like just Batman ears in every shot somewhere. Gotta find them.
Yeah, the hidden Mickeys, the hidden
Yeah,
Batmans.
hidden Batmans. That DC, get on it. That could be your thing.
Sinister Europe.
I'm familiar with DC. I have never heard of this. I don't know anything about the DC showcase. And I knew nothing about the character. I mean, I know who Death is, but I don't know about the DC character of Death. I only know the Marvel one.
All right. Ryder?
All right. Like with other Crimson shorts, this one's always been on my periphery. This one actually, I think, this was my first time watching for the podcast. I'll get that out right now. But this was the one that I was closest to watching of my own time because it is actually on my watch list. I went on my YouTube to verify it. It was there among a bunch of other videos that I've been meaning to get to. So it was an excuse to watch it finally, really, for the podcast for me. And pretty close, I guess, on that front of how it would narrowly, this would not have been my first watch of it.
Oof. And did you watch it once for the pod?
I watched it twice.
Ooh.
I'm not counting the halftime I
Yeah.
did for screenshots. So
I only watched it once.
For my history, I got recommended this because I was looking into the Sandman show on Netflix. It piqued my curiosity, and I still haven't watched it yet. But I did see this, and I liked it. I've seen it maybe more than a dozen, less than 20, somewhere in there times. Quite a bit. And I've shown it to my family. I have a Funko Pop of Death and a shirt. Oh, it left an imprint for sure.
I'd say.
Yeah.
He's gonna get the tattoo.
And I
in the eye.
have 2 Sandman books that I haven't read yet.
yeah, I'm also going to be in that group of shortly getting a shirt soon.
Glimpse into the future.
Yeah.
I don't think I will, but I still enjoyed it.
All right, we'll go into the facts. There was very little, virtually nothing. I couldn't find a budget. There was obviously no box office. The closest thing to budget I could find was I tried to look up just DC Showcase things in general, not just a specific one. There was no answer for any of those either. The closest thing I could get is how much they spend on their animated movies, the 2D ones, the straight to DVD,
Yeah.
2D movies.
Mm-hmm.
Those, the budgets are usually around $3.5 million. So, well, I guess it's less than that. That's our bracket. It's not an hour and a half movie that's 3.5 million, so it's probably like $250,000 or less would be my guess, but I couldn't find anything. It was nominated for a Daytime Emmy Award for Outstanding Sound Mixing for an Animated Program. It did not win,
Interesting.
but it was nominated.
Oh, that's interesting.
And the voice actress for Death, Jamie Chung, was in another DC property, Gotham. She was Valerie Vale.
Got him.
Oh.
Ding, ding, ding. Sprinkles like, I love that show. I don't know who that is. I know her from Castle. I didn't get that far in Gotham. I don't
well.
know if I saw her in Gotham.
Sorry, that's Castle, not Gotham.
How far into Gotham was she introduced? Right?
Season 3?
Okay, yeah, definitely did not
Maybe.
I did not see her in that.
You and the rest of America.
Hey, that went on for a while.
It did, and
Yeah, she's the aunt of Vicky Vale.
I assumed it was some sort of relation to Vicky Vale.
some sort of relation,
Or relation.
some sort of relationship there.
That would be it for facts. Bare bones.
Actually, what is a DC showcase?
A DC showcase is where they showcase a particular character on the DC roster.
Oh.
This one in particular is Death. On the Snake Draft, writer brought up that he'd seen the Green Lantern one and Catwoman one, and probably others, but those were on his list for the draft.
Mm-hmm. They're
Death is the only one I've seen.
They're usually included as side content or bonus content you get with DVDs. The showcases, so
Makes sense.
There you go. And we'll go
Audience,
with
now you know. You know.
yeah. We'll go with just popcorn for this.
It is like kind of like roughly like 3 acts, probably you could argue, but
I could. I didn't do
Yeah.
it, so we're doing popcorn.
I didn't do it, so whatever.
Starting with Springs, unless someone's got something else. Oh. That I heard writer.
Someone
I
really
feel
has
like
to
I
get
feel like
them out.
I feel like Springs has a lot of skin in this game, so
I could.
Skin
I'll start
game.
with him.
We find it takes place in Gotham City.
that's true.
How did you react to that?
I smiled.
I had a brown smile.
Well, when I brought up, you didn't realize Death was part of, or Sandman specifically was part of
No.
DC, and you were curious if there'd be anything you'd recognize in this that you might be knowledgeable on, and I bit my tongue.
Yeah,
Arkham Asylum's there.
I thought Sandman was Dark Horse because I have not read Sandman comics.
Yeah, it's Vertigo, which is a branch of DC Comics.
So yeah, seeing him paint the gates of Arkham Asylum, which, to be fair, is probably the most iconic gates in DC.
Yeah, it's probably more than Wayne Manor.
Yeah,
That's pretty generic, I'd imagine.
yeah, I'd agree that those gates are usually very, very iconic with the arch at the top and everything.
And out of DC cities, Gotham City is probably a good one to set for the theme of death versus Metropolis or Keystone or
Starling City or Central
Yeah,
City
I was like,
or
which one was an Arrow? It's
Starling.
City, right?
Yeah. You could have done Bloodhaven.
I guess they could have done Blood.
I guess it kind of depends on what Starling City you're going for. If you're going for like which Green Arrow or concept are you going for? Are you going for the one that's closer to Batman or the one that's more jokey and fun?
Well, whichever one's probably not owned by CW is probably what you'll go with.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's fine. Okay. You at the gate. Was there anything in particular you wanted to talk about it, or just, you liked the observation that it was present?
Was
I
it
just like that it's set in Gotham. It helps at least me know a lot of the layout, especially when they go to Noonan's bar. I recognize that because that's the barkeep of Bador, who's a demon from hell, friends with I always mispronounce his name, Etrigan, the demon, who kind of speaks in rhymes.
Oh yeah,
That was going to be a
Etrigan.
question I had for you, was if that was a comic place.
Yes, it is a comic place. However, that barkeep is not Bator. So I don't know who that lady is.
Presumably Bator can't work there all the time.
Oh,
Hired help. I do. I'll go next if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I think one of the things I really liked about it is that they introduced the concept of death really quickly, and the barkeep's talking about someone who's passed away. So it already, if with him getting fired and everything, and this being added onto it, you get a good tone setter, pretty much of this is going to be, it's going to take the tone relatively seriously. So.
poor Pedro came into work, wasn't feeling good, and just dropped dead.
Drop dead on the spot.
Out of nowhere, leaving his kids and wife behind.
What a like a
They're
gut
really
punch of like,
tacking it on.
yeah, don't feel bad about him. Feel bad about his wife and kids. It's like, oh, I have to feel bad about two people now.
We get the I guess the opening of him as a child drawing, and I think that pops up 3 times this short.
Yeah,
Beginning somewhere in the middle.
Agrees. Yeah.
I know we had a few
Yeah,
flashbacks in the middle. I don't
when he
remember.
woke up
Yeah.
and woke up from the car crash, and then pretty much the ending segment. You gave me a gift, didn't you?
Yeah. Now, Crimson, can you relate to that at all? Being a little kid drawn on the floor.
Yeah, I did do that.
I can relate
Who needs
to that
tables?
too. Yeah. I can relate to
I
that
think
too.
I
I drew. I did a lot of drawing on the floor.
I was table draw.
Table. He's a table guy.
I'm a table
Is that
guy.
true childhood? I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he might have been robbed.
I mean, I also drew on the wall, so that is true childhood.
Oh, okay.
No, that's
Different kind of
fair.
childhood.
Yeah.
Chaotic end.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know,
It's me.
I think when you're young,
It's me.
drawing anywhere is where you get it in. You know what I'm saying? It's just wherever
It's
you
your
have
creative expression.
Yeah.
Get it in. Yeah, that's true. You just draw. You don't even know why you're drawing. You just draw.
Now, if we were to go on the color theory we kind of talked about earlier with Red Balloon, seeing Vincent at this young age at the beginning, he's in red pants, if you want to connect that to innocence, and then a white shirt for purity. As everything else, he is in gray as an adult.
For a second, I thought you were going to say he's wearing red, so you can connect that to balloons if you want.
He should have had a balloon, is all I'm saying.
And that seems more like a sinister comment to make.
That's why I just made it.
I mean, yeah, the scene is supposed to convey a happy point in life, so what white would make sense in that, especially with how dark and dreary his place is as an adult.
I do like
Cockroaches carrying around.
You could play it on that the white is the joy and spark of the dream he has of being an artist, and over time it's just gotten muddied and dirtier. So, like, what he's wearing being gray is just the years of the demons in his head getting to him in his actual outfitting.
You could say that, yeah.
You give him that. You allow him to say that. He can say that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you.
You must. There's no malice in my statement. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help.
I'm a shit stirrer. Sorry.
Yuck.
Not disgusting. Use a stick or your hands.
I didn't expect that question. I don't want to answer now.
Depends on the day.
It depends on how much money
Monday?
I have. The Monday? Oh, I use my hands.
Away from the shit stirring.
On the note of the flashback, since you brought it up, I think it's also very, very efficient setup, so we can get to see his state of mind in comparison to where he is now as an artist, which is the complete opposite. Like, he's just painting a gate.
Yeah.
It's like he's still doing something that he's passionate about. It's just not the way he wants to express it.
Yeah, you can make the same argument for like people who work in graphic design.
That's true. It's a very universal feeling.
Yeah,
You don't
It's like, this is
understand. I
close-
have to do it right.
yeah.
Takes you an hour to clean the toilet. Scrub the toilet. Never.
So yeah, scrub the toilet. I mean, that's cleaning the toilet basically. It's one and the same. It's part of it.
I mean, misquoting as usual.
Do you think that boss is in the right? Would you fire him?
I mean, if he's constantly behind, then that's fireable. I think. I wouldn't go at it the way he did. I think, but
I'd like some more
I
context.
think he has grounds for it.
Yeah, I'd like some more context, but usually I'd be okay with that because, you know, as you said, Crimson, is like if it is related to being done more than once and like it's repeated offenses in this instance, then yeah, I think it makes sense for him to fire Vincent. Poor Vincent.
Poor Vincent.
And then his little demons sing. How many jobs does that make this?
Yeah,
I
like that
transition.
transition.
The demons was an interesting touch. I don't know how I feel about them near the end, but they're
Personal
interesting.
demons.
Yeah, personal demons.
Yeah, until the end, I forgot that they're personal demons. I saw it as being
It
a
was real.
frequenter of a bar that like actually has demons in it. I thought these were real.
Oh, I gotcha, did it?
Yeah, that's a very different reading than for the rest of the short.
Yeah.
Going in with that mind space.
When I first saw them, I thought they were personal demons. The only instance where I didn't think they were was very briefly when he saw them under his door and he collapses back to light a cigarette against the wall. That was the only time like, oh, are those actually
weird moment.
are these actually real? That's when I started questioning like they're, you know, whether they were going to be real tangible things that would come to,
yeah,
you know, like they were waiting for his time to die almost.
isn't it?
And then obviously I as I watched it, that changed. I took them as personal demons. So.
I mean, I knew they were personal demons because they were kind of. I mean, I think the woman one was hard at first because we hadn't had that flashback yet. But then
we get origins to all of them, which is nice.
Yeah, all of them had origin.
Yeah, Sprinks, when did you realize they weren't literal demons?
When he's doing his art and they're dying.
Oh, so past all the flashback stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, especially with the lecture for me with the art teacher like demeaning his work. I took that was for me was the certainty that they were fictions of his imagination.
I got stuck on Newman's bar.
He had the reference point.
Like with the lore.
Shake it. Yeah. I was super annoyed. That art teacher pissed me off. No, but
an art teacher pissing you off?
Yeah,
I can relate.
Talented, perhaps in modicum.
He pissed me off too.
Because I hate that academic art sector. Yeah, it pisses me off a lot.
I took the painting that was done, that was on the floor, and I stretched it out so I could actually tell what it was, because I couldn't tell. It's of a woman.
A woman?
Yeah.
It's nice.
I couldn't tell. So, stretched it out.
It's kind of a postmodern.
But was that the assignment? Did he
That's
capture
true.
what the teacher was trying to get across?
Well, yeah, because there's
everyone in the background doesn't look like portraits.
Yeah,
what they
but it's also like there's like the grading. It's like there's like 5 things you grade a painting on, right, or something, or
whatever standardized bullshit they try.
There's
to
like
do.
there's
technical skills, connecting to the assignment.
Yeah, symmetry.
Yeah. It depends on the.
Yeah,
teacher,
I mean, it all depends on the but there's like grading of paintings is like I think there's like 5 stage or 5 tier or something or whether. Or whatever, but I mean, maybe he just didn't follow the assignment.
Oh, the teacher didn't say that. He just said his work wasn't good enough to make a career out of.
Yeah, I mean, look at those other guys' paintings aren't even finished. At least he finished.
That's true. He turned in something.
Yeah,
which is more than Max Caulfield did. Slacker.
There we go. Crimson bringing up Max Caulfield.
Everybody bringing in the Max train.
Yep.
He's a good artist.
Something I really like with the design of the personal demons here is you can tell looking at them that they are the people from the flashbacks. That they got the bodies right, even though the faces are obviously
the silhouettes
so distorted.
are correct.
It's not their faces anymore. Yeah. It's very distinct. You can tell the teacher, the boss, and the dad.
And then his girlfriend?
They did well.
Yeah, his ex.
Yeah, well, she's the female, so even in isolation, that one's pretty identifiable. Because the boss and the dad are on the chubbier side, but they're still distinct enough from how they portrayed them.
Mm-hmm. And the teacher is the very thin waif of a man.
Twig man.
And he is a dick. He's just. I mean, you know what? I think he's unnecessarily cruel. That's the thing. He's unnecessarily very cruel.
I would
Yeah.
say out of all of his demons, I think that one does have the most reason to
Like,
be.
yeah, because like the boss and his girlfriend or wife or what, I don't know. We don't really get the relationship. There's some merit to what they're saying, and I guess the dad to a lesser extent. There's like some merit to kind of I'm sure he's trying to be supportive, but he's not conveying it, in the right way.
Mm-hmm.
But the art teacher, he's just a dick. Like he's just being.
I think
like,
everything else would have been like his own interpretation of events being contorted to such a degree, which is what made them into demons. I think it was a very interesting way to handle, like, I guess a mental illness. It was a very interesting way to handle that.
Something. Yeah, it's definitely he's not. He's definitely, his faculties are definitely somewhat. Shall we say challenged? Not fat. That's not right. He's definitely somewhat ill. There's like like he's got something going on. I don't think it's
the good old artist depression.
Yeah, I don't think
least.
Yeah, I think there's something going on there. To what
With
degree?
some sort of hallucination.
Yeah,
because he's seeing them. It's not like a visual of his subconscious. He yells at them at the bar.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't put like, I'm not going to put any label on it because I don't know, and it's probably just a stand-in for a bunch of things. But that's all I got on the mental side anyway.
Okay, Sprinks, you got something?
Yeah. I guess going off of what just Sinister said, the presence of the teacher form in the bar, I saw that as physical presence of beings of demons, but we know it's not. Anyway, when Death is exiting the hallway to go outside, it's not a cop outside the door. I saw it as that's a coroner.
I didn't see it as either of those.
It's see-through, so I saw them as a ghost.
A ghost.
Well, I was pretty sure that was Pedro.
Oh. Pedro.
That was
the one who died.
Oh, yeah. Because like I said, they were see-through, so I assumed they were a ghost, which kind of, that leads into one of my issues is I don't know if he can see the dead because he's close to death. It's a common thing, I guess, that I've experienced in my personal life is when my relatives were close to dying, they saw things. But I don't know whether, well, like I said, I don't know how he's able to see them, because I think when he sees them on the street, at that point he's already dead, or it's presumed he's already dead and passed away, which is why he can see the other ghosts. But I wasn't sure why he was able to see this one in relation to that.
Well, we don't really know if he did
saw
see
it.
the guy.
It might just it might be just an audience.
Leaving.
Yeah,
it could be. Yeah. So he just so that was just for our perception and not his.
Ours and Death, because Death says, "Are you ready?"
Yeah.
She walks out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she does her best like Tom Kenny voice too. It's really off.
That sound like Tom Kenny to you?
No, I'm joking. I was like, I'm ready.
I'll get this out now. May as well. Whoever's idea was to make Death into a goth girl, they deserve an Emmy and a Nobel Peace Prize. And
you can thank Neil Gaiman.
Yeah, Neil Gaiman was like, yes.
Yeah, good job.
The man can write.
Yeah, and she left him a hat there, which is interesting.
Why could she was going to be getting it back, huh?
Yeah, I suppose. I guess if you guys have Death questions, feel free to ask. I did some research. I'm not super knowledgeable, so there's probably stuff I won't be able to answer. But I know
don't take this,
some stuff.
I think it's the wrong way, but I prefer to ask Mr. Gaiman himself any questions I have about
Feel free,
death.
call him up. Bring him on the pod.
I'm sorry. No. What's like? Does she herself have like powers, or is it just all like fate-based stuff? Like she just guides people when they die, and she doesn't have any control of when they die.
I think she can clearly stop time for as long as she needs to.
Yeah, death in the DC universe is one of the most powerful beings. So she's one of the original beings of the universe. There were 7. She's the second oldest. First being Destiny, her older brother, which she references his book in this later, the Book of Destiny.
Yeah, you were written. Your fate was written in the Book of Destiny since you were born, or something like that.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was kind of a cruddy Indiana Jones movie or something.
It's the Endless Siblings, right?
That was funny. Sinister. High five.
Thank you.
Yes, the Endless. She's the second oldest. She's arguably one of the strongest ones because she could kill them theoretically.
Yeah.
They can't kill her.
I guess maybe I need to rephrase my question slightly. Does she herself have the ability to kill people, or are they already dead and she's just like guiding them?
Presumably,
if it's written in the Book of Destiny.
Okay.
Everything's been written already. So if something was in the book saying that she killed somebody, then she ends up doing it.
What a dick brother. He'd just be like, okay, my sister just goes and kills you.
In regards to Vincent, she doesn't kill him. She's just leading him, which she does with most of the dead.
Yeah. It seems that she's just doing her job of guiding. Like she's not really out to kill anybody.
Well,
in this example.
Yeah.
In the Book of Destiny itself is very weird because it's bound in the flesh of a beast that didn't exist. What does that mean? That's what it's described in the book, in the comics.
Bound in the flesh of a beast that never existed.
Yeah.
I would take that as at least my interpretation of that as a fan. My interpretation of that would be is that it was bound by something that was ultimately a rejected creation.
In the process of existence, taken off the workshop table of God.
Kinda, but like
the Endless are above the DC gods.
Yes, above the Amazonians.
Yeah, my presumption is that like it was a creation that was rejected ultimately, and that's what it was formed out of.
Could be. They never answer it because there's not that much Sandman out there. They need Neil Gaiman's permission to use them in anything. Kind of like George Lucas with Star Wars before he sent that off.
But, why did you say that?
I didn't really answer my question.
So she can kill people. It just has.
Okay.
It would already be written. So.
Okay. So I was trying to.
She can't break the rules of the book.
I guess just finally get because I think I have the right wording here. So when Vincent dies, did she kill him technically, or did he just die and then she's just like there basically? I guess
technically she killed him. So she is what causes everything to die. There was a period in her time as Death where she stopped her job. No one died anymore. Mm-hmm. And everything went into chaos. So she went back into doing her job and taking people to the afterlife.
Okay.
So
her presence and her actions are okay. I wasn't meaning like she goes around like just touching people and killing them like in the old death, whatever ideology.
Well, yeah, censor with that's the tricky part because there are instances in the comics where she does do that.
Well, I know everything's going to be different, but I'm just saying I was just making sure that it wasn't I wasn't trying to say she goes around beating people up and killing them that way. I was meaning does she have the control over them dying, but it just is already ordained, so it just happens anyways, or is it?
It's preordained because of the Book of Destiny.
Yeah, you can kind of say both because of the iterations of her, the different versions.
Okay.
Which version are you referring to?
I mean, there's one
She-
where
She doesn't
One
get
that makes
used very
me-
often, so I
No.
don't know
Yeah,
which
I was-
version you're talking about.
if I'm not confused, there's a part with like
Probably.
I know of a comic where she's like talking to her siblings, and then I don't know if it's like out of spite or like early on kind of work, but she goes up to someone and's like, "Yeah, I can kill him," and just like kills him on the spot, like just like actual murder, versus like being present around the time of someone's demise to guide them.
Well, yeah, she can be active, but technically it's not of her will because it's already been written in the universe.
Yes, in the Book of Destiny.
So
Just
she
saying in that
herself does
regard for what
not.
Sinister's
She can be
saying.
more than a guide.
Yeah.
Yes, she
Yeah,
can be more than a
she
guide.
she herself does not choose who dies. It's just she is the.
No.
Okay. Well, I need to know.
I get more on her character in the comics because obviously we only get the shorts, what we get in the short. But she used to be very cynical, hence why she quit her job. And then she went back, still cynical. And one person, which I think is kind of lame, what they said to change her, but they said, "How would you feel?" Dying, essentially, but the line was, "How would you feel?"
Mm-hmm.
So it got Death thinking. So one day out of every century, which I guess would be human centuries, it doesn't specify, so I'd go with that. Earth centuries. One day she is mortal, just so she can feel what it's like, and then she takes herself out.
I guess that would be an interesting way to remind yourself like what they go through, so you're never grow numb to it. I like that in concept. If it's just the one line that made her do it, I think I would have. Obviously, I'd prefer something more than that. Like, it'd be interesting, at least in my head, how I would have wanted to create that, because there's a lot to play around with this concept. I would have had a very, very, I kind of best of humanity kind of person, like actually argue with them on the concept being immortal. Like in my head right now, it would be interesting to see a conversation between her and Batman regarding the subject, because Batman is highly regarded as the best human in the DC universe, regardless of all his flaws. Like he's considered like the best of us, that sort of thing. It's why he's the man who stands among gods, kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't know if they do talk in the comics. They probably do. I'm not super knowledgeable on the subject.
I think Paul Dini did a story on it.
Let's try to keep it contained to the short, I guess, because
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a whole.
We're done with the history lesson unless anyone's got
Yeah.
more questions further along.
Yeah.
There we go.
But yeah, interesting concept though, that it was like I guess a mortal who introduced that idea to her. There's a lot I would want to play around
gotta
with as a writer
practice.
in that. So
You got to practice what you preach,
that's funny. Very literal, I guess.
Okay, I will go with Ryder. You got a point?
Sure. I think I like that Death's first line is pretty much "smoking those will kill you." It's very on the nose, but I still like it because it's when you're doing a short, your script needs to be very efficient. It was just a little detail I liked. First thing that comes out of Death's mouth is regarding death. So.
And it didn't kill him.
And it didn't kill him.
I mean,
it did,
Yeah.
but not yet.
yeah,
Well, he was He
basically.
was already dead.
Was he?
That's why time froze, because he died.
No.
Yeah, she
I
was
thought
the
it
one
was
doing
like-
that, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was. Well, at first I was like, I thought it was the heroin or whatever, the drug, and but then it was actually him pass. And then when everything caught fire, I was like, oh, it was actually him. Technically, technically it was the drugs because he was out, so he couldn't react to the fire. But I thought he was still there.
No, he OD'd.
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 He OD'd on Indeed.
Time has no meaning for the dead. And then music. Dun, 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 dun. Revelations. You've been dead this whole short. That's not true. Not that much longer.
That would be something.
Now, this does bring up an issue I do have with this freezing time aspect, because when he hollers at the two dead people from the car accident, he's already dead at this point, but the rain is still going.
And he's interacted with his window.
Oh, and his
Yeah.
painting. That there's an aspect of what are the rules of
None.
being
There are no
in this
rules.
limbo state.
You can do
And-
anything you want.
I
What's
don't
the
know.
point of
I don't know
being
what those
alive?
rules
Yeah.
are.
I don't. We don't know. We've never been dead.
But
Thank God.
I do think the rain is inconsistent, though, based off the rule that the time freezes because he's dead, and he's currently dead here. But the audience doesn't know that, so I think that's just a screw up on their part,
Yeah.
just to maintain the illusion of it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Was it raining at that point?
Yes, it was raining.
Okay.
Could have been what caused the accident. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I
Good thing
go on. All right.
I did it first.
So it was, I guess for me, how I interpreted that is like, I thought that was really him up until later on, which is why I think that also gets jumbled up. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say on this. That.
Very nice of that lady to have a distinct tattoo, so we know she's one of the people that died over there.
Yeah.
So they focused on that. You can't do this. You don't really have a choice in the matter. What kind of flat she delivered that? You don't really have a choice in the matter.
Oh yeah, she's done this like
She's on the
thousands of
job.
times. Yeah.
I don't know if it's one of the powers of death. Can death choose those that she's guiding, I guess, into the afterlife, their presence on physical material?
It's
Didn't find anything on my research for that.
yeah. The only
What we kind of have to assume, because obviously the painting's there, and he painted that as a ghost.
Yeah.
the
He
only
was dead already.
my
Ghost
fan headcanon for that right now, which has no basis whatsoever, is the hat gave him that ability.
He wasn't wearing it.
No, but he wore it for a long period of time that we see. Because we transitioned between days where he was wearing it before he went inside, and he ended up coming back and he was wearing it on his head. My headcanon is the longevity of the hat is what could have given him the ability, but I have nothing to support that. It's pretty much baseless.
That's just for writer.
That's just my
also-
subjective headcanon.
Also, there's the aspect, if you do believe in ghosts in real life, they do interact with stuff. So that would just be what's happening here, I suppose. Because I guess he's a ghost right now.
Yeah.
He's a ghost
But
writer.
The issue is that there's no like clearly defined rules, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's classic comic book stuff.
It's meant to be a reveal for us that he's been dead.
Yeah, I found it interesting that death doesn't come to you as an individual. Like, it's your own little pocket of time. You can see other people who died too. I found that interesting. Doesn't break anything, but it is weird.
Weird
I think
take
she'd
on
go
it.
to you as an individual, be like, all right, it's time for you to go. Not two ghosts side by side. Hey, I don't want to go. It's that. I don't want that's not fair. Blah, blah. Weird. Different portrayal than I would have thought.
Weird.
It's interesting because
Weird.
I mean, like I said, I'm not against the idea in concept. The idea that you
It's fine.
like, if you're the two drivers that crashed into each other and you both died at the same time, that you would see her at the same time.
I'd be so
Yeah.
irritated.
You'd be
So-
irritated.
I'd be like,
Take her,
I
not me.
died. I get one-on-one time with death, and I get this schmuck who just
Yeah,
killed
I'm sure.
me blabbering his mouth. Seriously?
That's
Yeah,
true.
I'm sure we all know why you want one-on-one time with death. Okay.
I mean, I know
Well,
why
I
want
meant
one.
general death. I was
I know.
saying this one.
I know why I want
I know.
one-on-one time with death, but that's just me.
That's neither here nor there. Okay.
Then again, I don't have any compunction for embarrassment. I mean, my number one wife is in a
I-
hologram in my hand
I have
for all these podcasts.
no, no shame. No shame. I kind of like the portrayal of death.
Yeah, she's very calm.
Yeah. I'm torn between liking this one or the Family Guy one more.
Very different.
The only reason I like the Family Guy one is because it's Norm Macdonald. But this one's probably more professional.
Well, I think they did a good job in this, making her like almost hypnotizing. Mm-hmm. Like when he first meets her, and he's just describing how unique she is. It's a slow focus on her, and then here on the road as well. They just have this long pause looking at her, smiling. It's kind of hypnotic almost.
Yeah, it's very. She has a very bemused expression too. When at least when it comes to him wanting to, with him, paying attention to her in that way, I suppose. Whereas, because you're right in the sense that there is that allure of hypnotism, I think, around the character, which adds the layer, I suppose, of that sort of calming effect that she can have on people.
Sprinks, you got a point?
Yes. Even though Vincent's dead at this point, his astral self can still be affected by rainwater because his clothes get wet when he exits, even though rain does not affect her.
Yeah, that's more for building up the audience subversion at the end, but obviously once you know what happens, then it's an issue that it's there.
Yes. And going off of, I guess, writer and things said about Death herself and aspects of attractiveness, she has visible laugh lines over oral commissure, not necessarily upturned lips. That's a nice little animation detail I really enjoy. Don't need to read into the reason why.
Talking about her dimples?
No, her oral fixations.
No. Not fixations, commissure. It's a continuation of the marks on the side of the mouth that go past the lips.
Yeah, the Joker.
Now, how deep down are you looking down your glasses at us when you're saying these?
Good word usage.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. Yes, that's what I should have said. I am sorry. Necessary. That was a good word. I'll give you points on that.
I do have a question about the word. Did you look that up for this, or did you know that already?
Yes and no. I knew of the lip type that lips have that. I was looking up for the actual definition of the word that the lips are, and I found that. So unfortunately, I could not find the actual.
He knew of it. He just didn't know what it.
What oral commissure is not what I was looking for. I'll say that. I was looking for the actual word of the type of lips that have that.
I was looking for oral come here. That didn't transpire correctly.
No. Moving on, they used the Monarch Theater, pretty famous theater in Gotham.
Yeah, that one I recognize.
That's the one where,
Waynes went and saw a movie with their son. Yeah.
Or play, depending on the version.
I like play. Seems a little bit more like a rich people thing than a movie.
That's true.
In my notes, I wrote down, what next? Ace Chemicals. Look at these locations.
Yeah, Vincent area should have worked there.
Wayne Tower.
I mean, you worked at Arkham Asylum. It's pretty.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that far of a step down.
I take it. I was gonna say, Crimson. I take it you like that when he's drawing the portrait of death, he's using proper hand technique for line stenciling. Not stenciling, but
it's not technically a proper way. It's just a preferential way.
Makes life easier.
Yeah. He used a good technique for a upright canvas. Sure. We'll get to that.
They didn't show
that's
him.
A good point to what I was going to bring up was his end product. What do you guys think of his his masterpiece, his life's work.
I mean,
It's
it
got a
looks
little
like
bit of
comic,
creative liberty.
got a little comic art
It looked
to it.
nothing like her pose. That's
Yeah,
for
well,
sure.
hey, he took some artistic liberty, yeah.
He took artistic liberty with the pose, with how she posed for him.
And the raven shoulder for the outfitting.
He saw her as she truly was, an angel of death.
It's true.
I was more leaning towards subjective feelings towards it. How'd you guys like it?
Oh, wasn't a huge fan.
I think I like it. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'd want that on my T-shirt or anything, but I do like the artwork.
I kind of would have preferred if it was a little bit more classical style, because to me it just looked kind of like.
Yeah, it's very simplistic. But
I mean, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's referencing what it is. It's a comic book kind of art style, or a graphic novel kind of art style, which is not. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's just I would have preferred if it was a little bit more classical styled.
It does remind me of the rough drafts that cover artists use for comics.
Yeah.
And I guess to get mine in there, I think it's ugly. So
I think it's
Ugly.
ugly.
I don't want to look at it anymore.
Oh, wow.
You had strong feelings.
he did a disservice to death, you say?
Yeah,
We're dancing around a 5 on the scale, and Crimson goes to a 2.
Yeah. No, it's just she built him up like, oh, you have real talent. He believes he has real talent, and then we get that. I'm like, this is the masterpiece.
I really wanted it
this
to be
is
like
the Sistine Chapel. This is
I
the moment.
really wanted it to come out looking like a deviant art post or something, like like crummy lines and everything, like shaky.
It was a lot of build up for something that was not impressive to me.
It's a masterpiece.
The best thing he's ever done. Probably the only thing he's finished. So
yeah,
that might be why it's the best thing he's ever done.
It's true. Yeah, unironically.
I do kind of wish they'd like looked more or established more of because they kind of do at the end of like she's like all these aren't finished, of like that, if that's like his problem of just not being able to finish art pieces more so than his actual talent. But I feel like it's kind of all over the place. It's like because you have the artist, the art teacher who's just like being a dick and cruel and everything, but then you have like the girlfriend who's talking about like the 6 years or whatever and all that stuff. So I kind of wish there was a little more of a consensus of what's his problem, but I guess it's the timing more so.
I mean, like the problem that's kind of implied is that he lost something along the way, and that's supposed to be like the joy of creation, right? And I mean that's open to interpretation what he lost, but I took the joy of creation being the main thing, just because how it ties back to the flashbacks. So yeah, but I do think that it's up to interpretation what he lost along the way.
And I guess speaking of his works, when he was arguing with his father, there was another like side image he was working on, so I also stretched that out so we could get a clear image of it. It's of death, so
Death.
He really latched on from that original image of his childhood, and
that's fair. I mean,
yeah, just consistent with it. Yeah, we kind of touched on the father, but I think from what it sounded like, his anger was justified, but we only get a snippet of their life here.
Yeah, like I think like it's coming from a place where it's like I think he's in the dad is in the right, but he's just not.
Doesn't say it the correct way.
Yeah, he doesn't say it in like a way that yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we don't know how many times they've had this conversation or anything like that. It seems like a lot by how they acted.
It seems like as well that there's also that fact that his doesn't want to turn out like his father, in the sense that like step at a job you don't like, you're not passionate about it. So it sounds like there's a lot of implied conflict there, but you're right in that we don't know how often this happens.
He
A
definitely just
loser
came out
who hates
swinging.
his life.
A user, a loser, and a boozer. Wait, that's me, Vincent. That's what I'm in. No, I kind of. It definitely feels like there's like some. I mean, there's definitely some drama there because he definitely just goes out swinging on his old man. But we don't really get that. He's kind of the one we get the least of, really.
Yeah,
Kind of like him and the boss are kind of like the least.
Boss.
Like kind of like the least utilized of the four kind of personal demons.
Yeah, they're like, I think again with his father, it's more of a twisted apparition of the memory. Like he's remembering it worse than it actually is. But obviously, that's also trying to the fact that he's not, getting his sentences across in a nicer way.
Yeah.
With his personal demons, a couple times they pop in and just sequentially say something about him, like talentless, worthless, embarrassment, scared. And I do like how each of the words they use do fit the particular demon saying them.
That's
Like
true.
talentless was from the teacher, worthless was from the boss, embarrassment from the dad, and scared by the ex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think those are all fitting. It's like I said, it's a personification of all the anxieties you have of when you're trying to be an artist that you have to overcome at some point as well.
Yes. What else people got?
I couldn't
Either
tell
something?
if time worked not necessarily as a standalone as is, but more of a bubble effect of pockets of time, because the rain movement outside does not match up to the cigarette smoke of the inside window in a shot. Kind of when time's coming back.
I don't think that's like
kind of speeding up.
Yeah. I think that's more just like an animation issue than a issue with the ability. It's because I feel like if you have the ability to stop time and you only did it for one area, that would be an issue because then
Everyone
stuff
would notice. I assume she
Yeah.
stopped time for the whole universe. This is pretty much the only way that it would work.
Yeah.
Then I guess that's an animation.
Yeah.
You're saying the cigarette smoke was moving faster than everything else?
No, the cigarette smoke seemed to remain still, slower. It was barely moving considered to the rain pouring outside, returning to normal time.
If it's obvious, sure, I'll stick with you. I didn't notice it, but I'll go with it.
It was only in one.
I think cigarette smoke is supposed to move slower than falling rain, but again,
absolutely.
I don't know to the degree of what you're talking about, so I'd have to rewatch. So I'll table that for later.
When his personal demons are dying, getting vanquished, the first one to fall was the art teacher.
Yeah.
Satisfying.
Stuck it to him. And then Charlotte, his boss, and then the last remaining was his father.
Presumably
demon over his shoulders his whole life.
Yeah. I feel like out of all of them, Charlotte was the only one that was the least, I think, deserved to be a personal demon.
It should have been himself.
Yeah, because he was a dick. In that situation, he was like she was trying to be really respectful of him and everything, and then he just, again went out swinging.
Yeah, that's
if you yourself is depicted as a demon, I think it would be the overall head honcho ringleader.
I mean, the demons are just like him. They're personification in other people, but they are just him. They're his own. There's how he views himself.
Yes, but in that regard, they're all equal of the four.
Well, yeah, but so I'm saying he could never have one be him because they're all him. So he has to have somebody. So it would be Charlotte. I was just arguing that Charlotte in that situation was not a villain. He created her to be a villain in his mind.
Yeah.
Well, don't come back to me once my painting's still for millions of dollars.
And then I die as a heroin addict in a in a shitty apartment.
Yeah.
Burning it all down.
So she made the right choice, is what we're saying.
Yeah,
Yes.
she I think and especially how spiteful he got. Yeah, she made the right choice.
Yeah, I do think that, like I said, it's the way he forces himself to remember it. That's why I'm in the camp of like he definitely twists his memories to believe a certain way. That was the clearest one for me as an example. Was the ex-wife?
Or partner, or girl, yeah, whatever. It's very.
It's ambiguous,
It
but they
doesn't
were
need-
together.
Yeah, they were together. It was it was 6 years, so it was probably somewhat serious.
I do like when
I would
he.
think so.
Yeah, I do like when he first
Yeah.
notices the rain outside. Like he realized, oh, it's still night. I was painting for hours. I do like that. It is nice, even though like it's been inconsistent. I do like the reveal.
Yeah, that he knows.
Yeah,
He
I
knows how
like
long
everything
it was taking to
they
paint.
went for here, even though it does cause little issues here and there.
I subjectively love all the payoffs. Wish the
I you know what? I'm gonna do my my Johnny Carson impression here, and I'm gonna hold the card up to my head. You can't see it. Don't worry, it's there though. This will have a high subjective, and then I'll
Get
take it out, and it'll be the death short, DC Showcase.
What else do I have? Him being depicted as a child when moving on, I think, was a good touch.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's better because we've seen a couple flashbacks of him as a child. I think it adds more to it.
Yeah, it's a more meaningful callback that way because it's set up.
You know, it does like this. I mean, it
She's been
does
there
like
from the
depress,
beginning.
it does depress me just a little bit. So that he like as a good person, he peaked when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Like from an emotionally pure state and everything. I mean, it makes sense. Like when you're a kid, you're pretty pure, just for the most part. But like, that's really depressing. That like his highest emotional moments were when he was like probably like 10 or 12, and then the rest of his life was just shit.
I mean, you never know what you never know what you have until it's gone, right? That's how
True.
a lot of people, were excited to grow up and then they miss being children. It's just how it be.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we have to deal with those people every day. It's I do like it though that he becomes a little kid.
I like that he goes through all the stages of grief. I think
of acceptance and
he goes through
denial,
all of it.
acceptance.
Yeah, he gets angry at her
bargaining.
too.
Yeah,
and I think he goes through. I think he goes through all of the stages. I might be missing one or two, but I'm pretty sure they're all there. It was very, very efficiently done.
I feel like he missed maybe one, but it's still.
I'd have to go back and rewatch it.
I just love that he's not like, bring me back. This is too soon.
It's like the painting.
Save the painting. Save the painting.
Because I think he knows
my life
him
meant nothing.
Back,
save this one thing.
Yeah.
And then it goes to the father, and he's like, "What a waste!" And he chucks it in the garbage.
This is the shit he was doing in a cocaine den or whatever. Fucking amateur.
Yeah. What was?
I probably would go to the dad. So.
I have a question.
Still around.
Possibly.
Or the girlfriend.
I have a question.
Yes,
possibly. Yeah. Is there? Do you guys think there was a particular reason why Death chose to do this specifically for him? Because obviously, we see her we see her doing it with like very shortly with her other victims. But do you guys see anything? I suppose.
I know with comics, she's invested with the individuals, and here it does seem cut short with all the other people we see die, but
presumably
we don't know how time worked with them. So.
Was the book destined, or the Book of Destiny, to be written that she was to get her portrait done?
Probably. That would be
the connection.
What has to be implied because it covers everything in existence. So yeah, everything that will be and has been.
Yeah, that was one of my big questions at the end. is if he drew death at a young age and his passing was destined before he even took his first breath by what death said, then doesn't everyone have a young and early connection to death in some form?
Yeah, that is in the comics. Death is there when you're born and when you die. Obviously, she showed up a little later for him, but it's not a rule that she can't do that. She's at least in your life twice.
Interesting.
She ushers you in and out.
Also saves
Is
inking on characters because you can have one police person be two things.
There's no endless member whose life, death is life and death. So.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I would have liked a little comment from the firefighters at the end if they thought the burning building could have been done by Garfield Lynns, aka Firefly.
I don't think that's needed, but
weren't enough references for him. He
I
needed
was going to say, they got a good amount of references. I don't know if they need to shoehorn that one.
So, come on, you can just shoehorn that in there. No one will care. I would do it. Do it now.
The funny thing is, if they said that, Sprinks, I probably would have said that's a little too much. They've already got a lot going on.
But like, okay, a little on the nose.
Well, there's also the aspect of it's certainly possible that someone who doesn't know anything about DC watches this, and then the firefighters say that, and then they're like, "Who the heck's that?" And then then it ends. What? Did they just introduce somebody? What was that?
Like,
where's part two?
Oh yeah, everything is visual references. There's nothing really broken.
Yeah,
I think that's to this short's strength. Really, I'm happy there was no spoken references and everything being visual.
Well, we've already seen Disney go above and beyond in references to the point where it's annoying. So, Warner Brothers, you're not on the shit list yet.
Well, you haven't seen the DCEU, so
I won't.
Yeah, I do
save yourselves.
Like that. This can be seen in isolation because I showed this to my mom and first thing she said when it popped up, she's like, "Is this a kid's cartoon?"
No.
Is this a kissing book?
No. She thinks all cartoons are kids' cartoons, but no longer after this because she did end up crying at the end of it. So.
No, you should show her Invincible.
Which will bring up a question. Did anyone tear up or cry?
No.
You almost got me. My eyes did water, so I got a half cry because I don't think anything fell, but my eyes definitely did water.
Only family stuff makes me cry.
I guess I'm the only one that teared up.
Maybe because you have a relation point with it though, because you are an artist.
Yeah, this is closest connected to you.
Hey, so are you guys.
Vincent's not making a movie here.
Yeah.
Well, it's less to do with the subject matter. I mean, it's the headspace. You can have exactly his thoughts and be a cinematographer, or musician.
I think the subconscious visual hits a little closer to you.
Yeah, I mean, I could relate to. Well, you draw though, and
hey, if we're distinguishing talents, this isn't my talent.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying you have the focal point for this. I think more so than the rest of. I mean, we could all construe this into our own things, but it's right there already.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess.
And you're already kind of an existentialist anyway.
So here's the thing: I'm only counting my first time Crimson, but if I'm including my second time that I rewatched this, yeah, I did cry because I usually don't cry first times I absorb something. I usually cry a second time around. So
that's fine. I was theorizing I'd get you and Sprinks, but I was wrong.
Well, you did technically, just not on my first watch through.
You got a half point.
Hasn't happened
old
yet.
Stonewall over here.
No, I think the way they used the song in this, the violin piece, is beautiful. I listened to that probably over 100 times at this point.
Funny, I found that as soon as this came out, it became my recommended. I saved it.
Uncredited for whoever made that.
But whoever made it, you did an excellent job.
And it was not officially released, so the version you saw is somebody
reconstructing it
up from the credits. Yeah,
scrubbing it,
which is unfortunate.
Dang it.
Well, if anybody ever gets to job at Warner Brothers, please release that to the general public for us. Thank you.
I have a
Sneak it out.
long list of like unlisted, unreleased tracks that go back to my days watching Battlestar Galactica. There's a lot of music that comes from shows and movies that I really want that they're unlisted and don't get, released.
I was annoyed with a couple of stuff that I used to watch that they did have released stuff, but it wasn't the same. Wasn't the same tracks. They like had re-recorded them or something, and I was really disappointed because they didn't have the same power.
I'm still waiting for some Castlevania Season 2 music, and I haven't gotten it yet.
It's probably gonna be a while.
Yeah, I'm aware it's gonna be a long time.
I think the guy who does the music. No, I mean I'm thinking of Final Fantasy. There's some guy who does the music for one of like those like Japanese big game franchises. That he hates Americans, and so he just won't release them in America.
No, Trevor Morris does music over here all the time. He's the one who does the Castlevania soundtrack.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
it's Final Fantasy. They won't do it.
Yeah, I found Trevor Morris's music actually through Dragon Age when I was first playing those games. I thought the music were epic, and then I heard him do. I thought I heard his music style and other things, but Castlevania was the one that cemented him as to being one of my top composers out there.
I like to go to one of those like live concerts that they do sometimes with video game music.
I want to do live concert with Lord of the Rings so bad.
Maybe someday.
Maybe someday.
Maybe someday.
All right, final call. Anyone got any last thoughts?
Bring.
Let me see.
Branaphone.
No, I do not.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess we'll right.
Yeah, I'm good.
You're good too?
Yeah. I guess never mind. Just go. Just
Oh,
go.
if you got something to say, spit it out.
Okay.
Spit it out.
It's lucky the painting survived.
It's not luck, it's destiny.
Yeah, it's magic, destiny, luck, Deus Ex Machina, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of intervening there.
Some sort of voodoo.
Like I said, I think she did step in to do as he asked, even though it was fated and written in the book Destiny. Ultimately that was her job to do to save it.
My last thing is when he smiled while painting. That's when the demons started failing. The moment
not when he died. Yeah, he saw his personal demons after he was dead.
The moment he found joy is when they died, not when he finished it.
That's cool. I like that.
Because
you appreciate the process of it. I like that. Nice detail.
It's all about the process, man.
We shall go into our rating summary section, starting with a not writer, because I learn. We'll go with Springs.
Who is muted?
Okay, I will go then.
Guess we started with Sister.
Okay, this was a surprise to me because I knew nothing about the DC showcase or any of that stuff, and I haven't really. I mean, I've seen a couple of like the direct to video or just 2D animation DC stuff, but I've never seen this. But I instantly knew the art style because it's very similar to I think like Young Justice and a couple other, just kind of one-off stuff that they've done in the past couple of years. And I think the animation stuff is pretty good for the most part. We did kind of touch on that there was a problem with the rain and the smoke later on, but I think for the most part it's limited to it's limited, but it gets the point across and there's enough detail there to sell pretty much I think most of the action sequences. The voice acting is really good. Soundtrack's pretty good. It's pretty short, but for just a one-off, little thing that's part of, I think there's like 3 or 4 probably on a DVD, right, of DC Showcase of just one-off stuff. It's about the right length.
Yeah, I don't know how it's true.
Yeah, it's just what they have probably like 1 or 2 or 2 something because there was ads on this or ad blocks or something, ad station, whatever. Yeah, I liked it. I didn't cry, but I liked it. I there's definitely something you could relate to as a creative type in this, 100%. Yeah, it's a little not my normal taste, but I still enjoyed it. I think I feel fine giving it about a. I can give this a 7.
All right. Go with Ryder.
All right. I'll give my objective first. It did go down from where it was, because there were some other, there were some problems that came up that I didn't notice. Objectively, the character work is great. I think it's very efficient what they do, so I enjoyed a fair amount of it. The plot's also pretty simple. There are some issues that are from the plot that are tied to world building, and which I think is probably the biggest detractor on consistency from this. But overall, I think they nailed what they were going for with Death. I think they nailed they're going to war with Vincent, his personal demons. I quite like this was also set in the world of Arkham, but that's more the world of Gotham, but that's more subjective. And I think with those Knicks, I think I'm at an 8.5. Because I think they do a lot of despite the issues that come up, I think it still very, very strongly pays off what they're going for. So yeah, 8.5 objective. Subjective, this is another 10 for me. I'm definitely gonna be rewatching this a lot, and because I loved it. I understand Vincent's pain in the way that only artists usually can. So, yeah, I loved the characters. I loved Death herself, and I loved, just They didn't have to do such a detailed artistic. They didn't have to take it the artist route, but they did, and that hits me in the right way. So, subjective 10 for me.
Chef's kiss. Was your objective originally a 9 then?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'll go next. So subjectively, it has gone up because I gave Edge Runners, I think, an 8 subjectively, and I originally had this at an 8 a long time ago when I first logged it on LetterBox. First time I saw it, but obviously, like I said, I've seen it so many times after that. So I'm definitely raising it. Even after all this, I couldn't decide if it was a 9 or 9.5. I'll go with 9. Stick with a 9 there, subjectively. Everything's great. I love how real the Vince feels. I like how they portrayed Death and just the endless through her, because you don't need to do all the homework to understand stuff here. The Book of Destiny is something, but if you have no idea what it is, you can still understand what that could mean. What would a Book of Destiny mean? It means destiny. I mean, you don't need to know that Destiny is a character to understand that. So I think they did a good job for the people who know the subject matter and going blind. I think they did a good job with that. And I think the music fit the emotional beats they're going for. I enjoyed it. Objectively, I think the biggest problem with it is the rules of the limbo state. The fact that Rain is frozen at the end because time is frozen because he's dead, but earlier it is raining while he's dead, and it also lands on him. His shoulders are wet when they go back inside. So I think that's fairly significant because a big proponent of this is the immersion of not knowing he's dead already. Obviously, that's there to fool you, but it does break once you watch it again, be like, oh, well, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That's just there to fool you. So that's a problem. I think that's the biggest issue. I think the animation is pretty smooth. I brought up in Castlevania the limited art style or technique, and they utilize it here, but I think they do it better here. it's less reliant on. There's more movement going on in between the parts where it's just talking, so it doesn't feel like exposition point where they need to be limited and then something happens. It always feels like there's a good flow with the animation throughout. So objectively, I am giving it an 8.5. Springs.
All right, saves me to go last. Let's see. I'll start with objective. Funny enough, I didn't realize most of your stuff would have color work in it. Then again, Boy and the Atom didn't exactly really have clothes or anything off of that, but the use of
Very gray and
grays,
depressed.
and yeah, a lot of grays used in this. I know it's Gotham and all, but even with the character, it fits, and the theming of death. So all that I think works well. He has kind of like a tattered look to him as well of his clothing. His collar's got little chips in it, so he doesn't keep himself well kept up. For being a druggie, I guess kind of fits his character in that regarding towards his outfit to reflect the character. So I think costume is all good. Death costuming is fine. I guess over time, for eternity, she could have gone through many, many different forms of looks and fashion, and this is just currently one that sticks with her. Let's see. I like Gotham City. That's more subjective. A lot of good, nice little camera usage. I know it's a little hard for animation because it's set that way rather than designed like by a cinematographer. It's more storyboarded. So the use of like a little bit of Dutch when he's looking at the window and the reflection of the rain on his face. A little bit of tracking, establishing wide shots, close-ups of death. I think it all flows nicely. Nothing really stands out as like a reason of why. So I like the flow of that. The pacing's real good and tight with the flashbacks. The question of like how much involved is death in someone's life, where Crimson, you said it's just birth and death, but is that for everyone? Because you even brought up the example that he was painting with his dad. He's like still fixated on that drawing of death, even though she's not present. It's still like latched onto his head in his memory. So did the first drawing as a kid be something he actually saw of her, or is that something he just came up with, even though it's like depicting of her? It's kind of like questioning in that it never goes into that, or with any example of anyone else, like the transparent guy, the first dead dude, or the couple that Vincent sees out the window. It's like that's never really explained with anything.
Well, all that's really
Uh,
covered is he says, "You gave me my gift, didn't you?" So she had some part in it in some degree. Whether or not he saw her, I don't know. But
but does
there's
that
some sort
fall
of
into
presence
like a
involved.
yeah? But does that fall into like a random occurrence in the Book of Destiny who death gets more personal with versus those she doesn't, or something? Like is that a reasoning? Is that her doing? Is that just on the book? It's like that
That's
kind of like fuzzy.
so in the DC universe, because the Book of Destiny, nobody has free will. It's all predestined. So it was in the book that Vince latched onto her. However,
Okay,
that
so the book can
transpired.
randomly decide those death has more of a connection to.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of time when the book was made, this was determined already,
Okay.
or I guess before time, because it's they get some big concepts with the endless.
Yes, but when it comes to terms of infinite possibilities with you
Yeah,
don't necessarily. I know you don't like the fact that it's like one out of infinite, because there's got to be at least two, or at least more, which we tackled in Everything Everywhere All at Once. So I'm saying in the example of Vincent and Death, this isn't the first like personal connection Death's had with an individual over the time of eternity.
I would assume
More
no.
than likely, could be one.
well,
Um,
yeah, and they have personal stories in the comics where she does have more one-on-ones, so
okay.
he's not isolated.
Voice acting work I think is great. Sound design was awarded. I think that was fine. Lighting usages throughout the day, kind of the night, and then inside his apartment, and then outside with the street lights, I thought was very well done, especially with the shadowing on everyone's faces that was used. Uh, Particularly, I give it an 8. I think it was greatly done. Uh, just a little bit here and there, but then again, it's a short, and it would turn into kind of full length movie if they want to explore more things. But not necessarily needed. Subjectively, I give it an 8.5. I did enjoy it. Gotham City did help. The animation choices of the depiction of what death looks like, I did enjoy. And just the little nods here and there. I did like Noonan's bar and the past by like Arkham and Monarch Theater.
Okay. And I guess since we didn't really talk about it, and you brought it up in your ending piece, there's Sprinks, her outfit design. That's usually how she's portrayed in the comics, but she does change outfits, and she can also change form. This isn't the only way she looks. So, throwing that out there. Anything else before Ryder closes us out?
No.
Not to my knowledge.
All right.
Well, alrighty
Take
then.
it away, Ryder.
All right. Well, audience, thank you for listening, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, CastBox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, and Samsung, or whether you're on our visual side of things, be it Rumble or YouTube, and watching our PNG YouTuber slideshow. Feel free to like, comment, and subscribe anywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I have been a Geeky Writer.
I'm President Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo!